Long Johnson. Long Johnson.
All right, give me a sec here, guys. I'm still getting set up. Okay. What? All right, what's up, everybody? How are we doing? Are 510 CCs safe? Probably, but I don't think we're gonna. Seems like a risky point in time. Where the fuck did Epic Pound go? There it is. Oh yeah, I forgot the thing.
Nickelodeon.
So YouTube's having some serious issues today. I have no preview of the stream. I only am assuming that you guys can see what I'm doing because there's no evidence that you can. Zoom in. All right. Ding ding. So we're worried about dropping below 120. That's kind of serious. But if we maintain gamma maximums likely getting pushed up. It was 137 according to Yelia yesterday. Yesterday morning, close of yesterday, it looks like it possibly moved up to 195. So we'll see how that plays out. We can see you, but are you real? No. check the volume on the open candle. It's like 400,000. Oh, we're doing things today, one way or another. Let's get shorted. Ding ding. Yeah, I mean, they were gonna miss the opportunity to short into opening bell, right? I think we're still okay. I mean, we're still holding like 6% above yesterday's close. So, and don't forget that, you know, we have all of the hedging on our side. We're past delta neutral, we're past gamma neutral, we're past put call parity. So the positive hedge is strong. The hedge is with us or something. Not like Star Wars, oh no. Gherk, is it gonna MOASS like ultra bigly, bro? Maybe. I mean, there's not a lot of shares for them to short with right now. And if they try to short with the market maker's side, right, like they can blow themselves up really fast. They do have an entropy hedge in place, so they are protected from that gamma exposure and the long, like the increase in IV. But you know, that doesn't mean that they can turn the price around, right? Yeah, I still have LRC. Is it doing stuff? Stream's not working. Stream works, refresh the browser. YouTube's having some serious issues today. I can't even get the stream to like show up as like a preview. It just won't load. It won't load. People aren't able to link their member accounts. So like something's wrong with the data on YouTube. What's max pain right now? For this Friday, 95. Refresh it if you're having a problem. Text on screen saying refresh until stream comes up. Yeah, I think so. So I figure RC's buying caught you a little off guard. Well, it's more the manner of it that kind of caught me off guard, right? It's not his buy-in isn't how to put this. His buy-in wasn't voluminous, right? Like it wasn't like kind of huge. They can blow themselves really fast. Gherk 323, 22. Selective quotes, best quotes. Thank you, kind of huge. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, so it wasn't like a big buy-in, right? It was like 100,000 shares. It's nothing. In terms of volume and stuff, like it has no effect, but it's more the statement made with it that's really important. I mean, filing his SEC filing same fucking day. I mean, the fucking balls on that guy. I mean, no wonder his wee looks small, right? LRC just announced that beta of the marketplace is live. Sent you a link. Dope. Fidelity borrow rate went up last night to 4.75%. This morning, IBKR at 9%. Working on a DD. The RC is trying to hit MOASS when Moon Knight premieres. That's all the DD. What do you think? Impressed? No. Something like, I put my money where my mouth is. Yeah. Is Victor asking about fucking Tesla right now? Right now, Victor? Seriously? All right, I'll look. Tesla's just rocketing into like the 995 resistance here. Yeah, 1,000. 1015 is the next one to the upside after that. And we're at it. What's BBBY doing this morning? I have more shares here, but similar. XRT? Interesting. Stream not working. I think it's on your end. Other streams seem fine. All right, relax. It says the connection is excellent. How much volume so far? Stream crashed. No stream and no sound on Discord. Okay, I have both of those things. Hit the live button. What the F? DRS. Yeah, just refresh the stream if you're having a problem. Fine on mobile. Okay. I'm sorry we've had no issues streaming when the price action isn't in our favor. However, on this day, streaming issues smells like sketch pie. My tinfoil hat is telling me they want to kill FOMO. No, why would they want to do that? Discord working for me. Okay, awesome. We're good? Okay, cool. I'm not gonna worry about it. I refreshed, but I still have anxiety and depression. It doesn't fix that. 200 today? It's possible, yeah. When the price goes really crazy, can you maybe just play one of those calming apps for a few minutes? I feel like we're going to the moon, powered by enthusiasm alone. PB Halfbake, love what you do. Been watching, listening, following since you started. I wasted time with Bruce and Mo Money, but found the light. Cheers. Thanks, Halfbake. Remember when you said you will rage quit during MOASS? Well, this is a sign. Ooh. Gap up. Streaming Discord are working. Okay. If you guys could drop a like, big help and very much appreciated. Using different broker, it helped for me. Up 100% since market open on my weeklies. Yeah, options are sky high right now. Calls on Kroger be chasing at this point. Yeah, I saw Kroger earlier. It's pretty chasey. I mean, it's also XRT's highest weighted stock, I think. What volume are we anticipating a rug pull? Volume? What price? Gamma Max is like between 137 and 195. I don't know which data set to believe. Calling out the price when we reach new highs. Yeah, DARP. We're at 138 right now. No, I won't be live during if MOASS occurs. We're about to get halted. Probably not. Just going up 15% doesn't halt you. It has to occur quickly. Are we at 4.5? We're at 5 million volume already. Okay, I'm gonna do my best to keep up with chat today, but I'm probably gonna get behind and miss a lot of shit. So if there's something important you need to ask, make sure you ask twice. I'll probably get annoyed with you for doing it, but hey Greg, I sold my first cover call on GameStop yesterday when we reached the peak of our run. Am I doing it right? Oh boy. Do we have some sexy entropy data? They're big rip. Okay, 10 a.m. Look at some more. Dork, did you get an excessive liquidity alert? Hey Greg, I sold my first covered call on GameStop yesterday. We reached the peak of our run. Saw that. Elation zone. Yeah. Having a little bit of a rough time with 140 here. Let's get some resistance pinned down. Probably right here. Danrod, I'm running out of storage vessels for all this bull mayo. Quick, what do I do? Chug it. You already know the answer. You definitely need the green filter on today. Oh yeah. Well, I'll work at it. In your humble opinion, is there anything legally, ethically, or otherwise stopping RC from doing even half of what he did yesterday, every day, until his limits are reached? The rocket is lit. Not really. So there's a question about whether RC can continue after February to buy his, it's not 10%, but it's like 8% of the company. I'm not sure if he can. I think that was part of like the time limit on the gag agreement. Posted a thing in Pigeon Whale chat today to further cement we green. Thanks, Darth. Well, here we go. Rips. Broke out through that resistance, going up. 146 is the next stop. After that, there's actually resistance here at 162, 158.50. And 162.50. $146. Did you see the DFE Instagram post? No. You think if you guys are having problems, just refresh the stream. Can we even call this a rip? This is nothing. Guybrush for MOASS. Oh, oops, no one's supposed to see that. Chelsea Roman, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon.
Welcome to Cornishon. Cornishon. Cornishon.
Thanks, James. We still have Sanjeet. I don't know where he is. If any MMs or short hedge funds short today, what could they use? Borrowed shares, ETFs, other options. They can use like MMs or borrowed shares. So puts. Hmm. $4K viewers. Jesus. They just borrowed 50K a second ago. They probably have used it as well. Can you make Guybrush available as a transparent PNG so I can print them onto a t-shirt for personal reasons? No. We're gonna fry YouTube servers, the constant refreshing. What's a good resource to view in the money put data coming in? You can check out Shift Search, but it's gonna be a bit behind. But without paying a lot of money, you're not gonna get live options data. Battle 160 DMs. Slow mode back on the chat. Isn't chat in slow mode? Yeah, I'll bump it up. Pushing the VWAP a little bit. Let's see. The roll tweet from GameStop actually meant something. Was there no sound on Discord because I wasn't talking, or is just Discord down? No sound or video. Weird. When since the Fred returns, we run right after. Tell us what he knows. No. If any pickle should become a shirt, it should be Stefan, and you know it. Okay. ETF's getting hammered. Trying to break from it down. I mean, a little bit of this is consolidation. It looks like we're turning around here. So, yeah, there you go. XRT, IJR, Gamer, etc. getting slammed. Yeah, they're probably trying to get as many shares as they can get their hands on. Crazy how options lose 50% of their value in 2 minutes. Yeah. A sell-off of 130p. Okay, well, that's positive. You know, you can do better TA with actual volume. It helps. Let me get shift search open so I have this. Okay, everything's just all calls right now. Just shitloads of calls. 120s, 150s, 130s, 140s, 125s. Get your quants on live options data. We need to see puts coming in. So far, I've seen delayed is bullish options activity. We have a couple of people that will DM me live options data as we need it. As soon as I know about puts coming in, everyone else will too. Theory on why BBBY isn't running as well. Well, it's a different company and stock. Is this volume definitely institutional action? It's FOMO too. Yeah, Gamma Max is definitely driving up. The more calls purchased, the further up Gamma Max moves. Especially out of the money calls. So people are still buying a lot near 150, 140. But as people start buying 200s, 180s, those are gonna push Gamma Maximum up. Docu DDS and BBY, big ouchies. Docu's fine. BBBY is having a little bit of a rough morning, but I think it's okay. That was drawn on that time scale. There we go. Yeah, BBBY, I mean, just coming back down to that support I had. Is the market having a bit of a rough morning? Yeah, so we're also, we're working against this as well. We showed 4K likes before the likes turned to 4 likes. I have no idea. It says that I have 0 concurrent viewers and 3 likes right now. So I'm either talking to myself or I actually don't know what's going on. Someone's selling weekly CSPs. Yeah. I mean, the people are going to be selling puts and buying calls. Sold some CC. I'm sorry. What can I do? You can roll them. You can buy them back. Those are usually the options. This says 7 months, but I'm pretty sure I'm at 9. Membership counting backwards, same like MOASS. It just says member for 10 months, Danrod. Exploring abandoned and haunted Ontario. Live stream issues via Chrome and Firefox. Not necessarily YouTube. Upgraded membership to Long Johnson. Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's about 4.3k viewers. Cool. Don't worry, Greg. I'm here. I even put on a suit. Thanks, Lawrence of Alabia. 140cc safe. If you're having issues, just refresh. YouTube shadow ban level 9,000. My YouTube shadow ban level is always quite high. Had to close my YouTube app and restart it in Android to get it to play. Okay. Well, at least it's working. I had to relaunch Chrome. Oh, maybe I should try that. If that'll help. Nope. It didn't do shit. Looks like GameStop creating another company. Looks like you were right. I usually am. Stefan, thanks for noticing. All right, I think we have a little bit of support here now. Probably right there. If we fall down below this, that's not great. Are there any like big gaps? No. Nope. So Head and Shoulders back down to like 130 maybe. $65C is a 2DT. Is this how to become rich like DFE? No, but close. Now I know I get withdrawals if I don't get the daily pickle. Thanks, Casey. Y'all need to calm down about the stream being laggy, having issues. What the fuck are all you gonna do during MOASS? All right, Carl, you need to calm the fuck down too. All right. Is there new evidence that GME is building another company? No, not that I know of, but maybe. It'd be a big deal if they splinter off a company and like award shares to current shareholders of that company, because shorts would have to buy those shares like a dividend. A lot of people are wondering how to get the stream to work. If you actually close your GME calls, you shouldn't have a problem. Fuck you, Ken Griffin. I bought 100 more shares at the first dip. Back here? That's a nice entry. Congrats, Trina. How the fuck can you have this many people here and you don't have a working stream? I'm loved. Rabar. It's not my fault. It's something to do with YouTube. I don't know what the fuck's going on. My like upload date, like everything's fine on my end. My upload's great. Stream quality's awesome, and then YouTube's just shit in the bed. BBBY dead. Not dead. Just chopping. It's like back in the what, the 2270 range. There's a lot more shares to borrow over there, so. Ooh, nice. Okay, so we're getting like a descending wedge, and now we're breaking out of it. Just straight up. No this could be good. Or it's gonna fail. I don't like that it's breaking out below this 138 resistance, but if we can cross it, that's nice. We got some room to run. My YouTube glitchiness seems to be resolved now too. Okay, cool. 3,400 viewers. I don't care about the likes. If people want to like the fucking channel, they can. Had 12 ads so far? How? I don't even have ads turned on. Nope. All I have is like the little fucking banner ads turned on. You shouldn't be getting any video ads. To get the stream working, I went and started flipping switches in my electric box, and now the stream works, but my room smells funny. Okay. Are we forming an intraday cup and handle? No. Can you explain where resistance levels are and how to identify them? Oh, Jesus. Yeah. So essentially you're looking for points where high volume is traded, but very little price action occurs. And these are points where buy and sell volume are reaching a parity, right? Like they're even. And you know, when one then outweighs the other, that will determine if the stock goes up or the stock goes down. But those are the zones in which people are both willing to sell and willing to buy. You identify them by looking for those levels in the chart. Yeah. All right, failed the breakout. Fucking volatile as hell today. Do the mods here have jobs? I don't know. Yeah, I think so. Is Gamma Max likely to keep creeping up today? Or would it be across a longer time frame? Oh no, FOMO drives Gamma Max up, right? That's like here, if you want to take a look at 1 second. I'll pull up the data for the previous runs so we can have a look at that. Find support there. I don't know. Second. So the fuck is that not there? Oh, there we go. Okay. So if we take a look at our previous runs, you'll see that you know Gamma Max at the start of the run is usually quite low. And then, you know, as FOMO comes in, it drives Gamma Max up with our price improvement. a little less so in November. In November, we kind of peaked above Gamma Max, and then it got driven up after the peak because everyone FOMO'd in that like morning of the 23rd and got burned. But yeah, we can see Gamma Max right now at yesterday at 137, now maybe at 195. So it's already moving up as more and more OI and as more and more volume and interest pile up into farther out strikes. So like once we start getting some like 160, 180, 200 strikes coming in, we'll see that Gamma Max push up. And the higher it goes, the higher sustained prices that we can maintain. Drag these out a little more. Oh shit. You should turn on ads because YouTube is running video ads either way. Might as well get the money from it. Yeah. I mean, I'll leave them off, but it's just like, YouTube's gonna play them regardless of what I do. The moderators are, just use fucking ad block. The moderators are unionized employees of the Hi-Fi Corporation. Is that not correct? No. That's incorrect, Pillow. Nice try. So in the first 30 minutes of trading, Jimmy has fallen at over 6.5 million volume. What's up with that? What do you mean? It's active hedging. You're watching it, massive options volume come in. That's what drives volume. Like when you start to see these really high turnover rates where companies are trading in excess of their float in a single day, that's all active hedging of the options chain. It's FOMO and trading, but it's the majority of it's from the options chain. Price goes up, they hedge for the upside. Price goes down, they hedge for the downside. As much volume as DRS shares. What? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, we're there. Asking why price decreased with the volume increase. Not all volumes buy volume. Did you sell your loop ring on this run? No. What's it up to? I don't even fucking pay attention to my loop ring. I bought like $500 worth at like 30 cents. I'm not like trading it though. Loop ring's at $1. Why would I sell it? It's been at like $3 before. Will the real killer of shorts please stand up? Do you have any GME calls? Yeah, for June. I was gonna FOMO into weeklies this morning, but fuck it. So yesterday was attempting to clear XRT. Today is what? Wheat ETF dividend date? No, XRT is not done rebalancing. Still on the reg show list as of last night. We said stagnant price on high volume can be an indication of a rug pull. 9 million traded and you stayed at the same level. Indication, you think? And what we're looking for is we're looking for movement up, right? And then high volume peaks into flat price action. This is not stagnant. This is consolidation after a failed test. We're coming down and now breaking up a little. We're looking for this. this is a rug pull. When you start to see volume peaking, like very, very high volume, our volume is not at its highest for today, right? When you start to see volume peaking at the top of a run, but it's not pushing up through the resistance, price action is remaining stagnant. This is an indication of a rug pull. What's going on here is just like dwindling volume into consolidation. But be careful, right? I mean, we do know that they can pull the rug out, so. New quarterly after hours cycle. We're about 3 months from Jan 6 after hours run. The Jan 6 after hours run was due to the exercise of negative 4.8 million delta. They exercised a shitload of puts before XRT was placed on began its thresholding process the following day, probably in order to mark a large number of shorts long. High borrow rate, rug pull seems more difficult. Yes, it should be. Yeah. With the ETFs kind of off the table due to the rebalancing, or a large portion of the ETFs off the table due to rebalancing, and the low number of shares to borrow, it should be much harder to affect a rug pull. I mean, they can try doing it with puts if they start buying puts right now at like the 140 level. But the risk is enormous, right? If an institution comes in and buys, 500,000 shares, it'll drive the price up through their puts and blow up that position. Do we confirm reg show on BBBY? I didn't even check, honestly. BBBY not on NASDAQ reg show as of last night. It doesn't have to go on reg show right away. Like, we don't know that it's going to follow the exact same pattern as GameStop, right? GameStop had a lower float. It requires fewer fails to fall onto reg show. And futures are still due today as well, right? T+2 is all day today. It's not just yesterday. As long as the order is replaced by market open. How often do ETFs rebalance? Quarterly, usually. I mean, they're all different, but S&P ones, I think, quarterly. Is the borrow rate per day or APY? It's per year. It's APY. Volatile warning on Revolut. I don't care about BBIG. Gherkin, I'm new here. Thanks for all your dedicated work. You're not new here at all, Johnny. You've been here since like day 2. You should go on Shark Tank and sell those VWAP caps. Throw in a Billionaire Club membership in there and you're golden. Thanks for the advice. Do you believe institutions still don't believe in GME as a good investment? I would think RC's bold moves would be enough. No. Institutions don't give a shit about that. They care about EPS, cash flow, and forward-leading statements, of which we have not good EPS. We have okay cash flow, but our SG&A is good. But as far as direction or guidance. Like we don't have any, and institutions will stay away from that. They also don't like volatility. Like big institutions. I mean, they own GameStop for the purpose of holding it in ETFs, but you don't really see a lot of big institutions buying into GameStop for the purpose of just being long. You see a lot of smaller institutions like pension funds, stuff like that, where they have a little more discretion over what they invest in. A little higher risk tolerance. Kathy Woods will FOMO into this, mark my words. And shorts are crushing ARK right now, so I wouldn't be surprised. We need to break through this 138, 140 resistance. It's important, yeah. You have to remember they're trying to keep like what 20, 30,000 calls out of the money right now. This isn't even up to date data, but there's 26, no wait, hold on. There's 5,400 140 calls at market close last night. If it breaks 150, there's 26,000 calls that go in the money. So, yeah, they're going to fight for that. Good morning, Shill. Good morning, Turd. How you doing, man? How can shorts compete with 10 million volume? I mean, most of that volume is being driven by options hedging. 0.30, 0.38, 0.382 fib at 144. Yeah. Can you go back to the Hank and Ashley candles? Yeah, sorry. I was looking for gaps. Okay, this is good. So we want to break this resistance here at 142.73. What do the technicals look like? Fucking amazing. MACD's crossing over on the daily at like just below 0, which is I think its highest crossover since June of last year. Might be even higher than that. TTM's 6 fire signals. CVVWAP this morning spiked harder than it spiked since last December. So yeah, it's all last January. All of the technicals look awesome. ADX strong trend showing, DMI showing positive divergence. But GameStop technicals always look bullish because they only really show anything when it runs hard. And so, and remember, oscillators are reverse looking, so they're basically useless in predicting what a stock will do in the future. That's why we look more to the options data than we look at the technical data. Lots of confusion on CVVWAP. What? Can you explain CVVWAP? Yeah, it's arbitrage, foreign market arbitrage, essentially. It's a measure of the volume weighted average price between various markets, right? And as divergence between those prices increases, right? Say this is GME US dollar, say this is, GME German market, like GSC2 or whatever the fuck it's called. Right. As that arbitrage increases, you can buy on one exchange and sell on the other for a profit, right? And so when arbitrage snaps back from people taking advantage of this price difference. It can overcorrect and you can get like an arbitrage squeeze. It also indicates illiquidity, because a highly liquid asset won't get to these levels, like these extreme levels of arbitrage. To get an update on Gamma Max, I mean, Yelia has data from yesterday morning showing 137, but obviously a lot of FOMO's come in since then. Our current best estimate for Gamma Max is 195. Remember, this is the hardest GameStop has moved on one single like T+2 run since February of last year. Have you sold any of your calls? Not yet. Can you describe the emotions you felt when you saw the stream card last night? I said, what the fuck is that? I still not sure I get it, but I like it. I mean, they're internalizing a lot. I'm gonna actually, I kind of want to check the dark pool volume right now. Give me a second. So GME, we're at 54% dark pool volume right now. Thanks, Turd. Internal shares settle 2+2 or whenever they feel like it. Internalized shares? I mean, they can internalize them as long as they can afford to. Because if the order flow is internalized, you're talking about like, it's not even reported, right? Like the NSCC doesn't even have knowledge. The settlement periods haven't even begun until they print the order, right? Like report the order. Bid ask over $1 a lot, sometimes over $2. Yeah, it's starting to widen because they're slamming the bid really hard, trying to keep the price down. Bid ask right now is at $1. It's pretty wide. And like we can gap up pretty quick. There's really no significant sell walls to like 142.45. Even that's kind of irrelevant. This is good. No, internalizing isn't T+2. Discord audio is real time. YouTube is delayed. You're speaking in rounds. Or just mute one or the other. Price actions for today with this movement. Price expectations for today with this movement. I think we're gonna break up. It looks good. I mean, we've got resistance, right? There's going to be resistance here at 150 without a doubt. Because there's so many calls that go in the money here. I think they'll try to hold that line as best they can. Missed super chat question. Oh shit. Sorry. Oh, I missed a bunch of shit. Do these recent updates change your outlook for next week's and beyond? Or do you think this is more of just a this week thing? I mean, once they settle out the ETFs, they could use them to short again. So unless BBBY triggers a squeeze in the next couple of weeks, which is possible, then I would expect that it's just a this week kind of thing. I just want to say you're the best and glad I found you and got to learn more about food. Thanks for sharing the knowledge, Riku. Thanks, Kendra. Discord audio is real time. Is it chasing to my April 160s right now? A little bit, yeah. Marketplace image is an astronaut and it says almost here. It looks like they're giving up on 140 and setting up some put walls at 145, 150. Are you sure they're not sold? Hold on. Ooh. Let's look at options. I don't see a lot of out of the money or in the money puts. I see obscene numbers of calls coming in, but not puts. Put volume actually quite low. Almost non-existent. So no, I'm not seeing too many puts. I'm only down 23%. Considering rolling any money I get from out of the money GMECs to closer BBY calls while it's dipping. Better to wait on reg show confirmation. I am before I put more money into my BBY position. I'm either waiting for reg show confirmation or I'm going to wait 7 days till we get the FTD report, right? If FTDs are excessively high, but not high enough to get it on reg show, it still indicates that it's in for a big move. Got a fill on 265 weeklies for 0.5 a few minutes after open. Sold for 250 a few minutes after that. In exchange for pattern day trader warning, worth it. Why has MULN traded 2 billion shares over the last 10 days with a float of 22 million? Options. It's just options churn, right? It's buy an option, it gets hedged, sell the option, they sell the hedge. They just churn volume. Have half as many viewers as Matthew Coles. While his average viewership lowers, yours continues to increase. In time, you'll be numero uno, and it will be well deserved. Thanks. Exposure of today's FOMO should keep price up through Friday. Exposure of today's FOMO? It's been a bit. I see the chair, but has the espresso machine situation been taken care of? It has, Shiban. I now am able to make just glorious espresso. Is today's dark pool volume significantly higher than average or just average? It's about average. We're usually higher than 50%. They're definitely internalizing, right? With the FOMO coming in, there's just no way that's not going to happen. Check DMs for the puts. Let's see. SPY 139, 145. These notionally are very small. And some of these look like they're just buy writing. Like some of these look like the bearish leg of a bullish bet, right? Some of these also look like the bullish. Yeah, ask side, bearish. 60. I mean, it's only like a couple $1 million. It's not really. I wouldn't say it's anything to worry about yet. And these aren't like super deep in the money. These aren't like excessive blocks of 150s coming in. They're definitely trying to stabilize price. But keep me updated. If you do see big blocks coming in, that's important. You know, you have a lower viewership number than cores of the cumulative IQ of half your viewers is 10x his viewers. Jake, both my Roth and traditional stock account are up so well. I'm still poor, but the Junes are in such a good spot. Got a far out of the money April. It's up. I'm going to drop soon on this volatility. Nice. Sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. But as a first-time viewer that you definitely don't know, I do. I'd like to make a prediction that Sanjit will return today to reclaim his throne from Frag. The throne was never his. It was Frag's. Bloomberg talking about GameStop, talking about 700% last year, and then showed up today's 14%. Should help FOMO. ETF rebalancing pump didn't start until 10:45 yesterday. I mean, we'll probably get more volume into the latter half of today, but expect a lull around noon and expect them to try to take advantage of that. I'm pretty sure computer share. I found your stream and you're awesome. I signed up for Billionaires this morning. Can you help me link my YouTube to the Discord? Okay, fuck you, JFresh. All right. 121K at Fidelity shortable. Fractal Dorito. When ETS will be available to short with again? It's as soon as they clear out the obligations, they'll be able to use them to start for creation. But remember, creation per day is limited. And I'm sure they're already actively using it. You let people know that they're still having issues. If on mobile YouTube app, close it, open the stream in browser. If having browser issues, switch to another browser. Okay. Well, I just did. 9.1% on iBorrow. We're on a nice uptrend. It's holding, yeah. When volume dies off at noon, DRS Fed pickup. I didn't sign up for any memberships this morning. You can't steal my money. But you did buy the covered calls that I was selling on Craigslist, turd. I know. I went and met you in that parking lot. Could this be affecting the overall market? No. Not really. Clicking the live button like 15 times. Have you considered painting your face or wearing a mask so that people tell you're serious about trading? No. I've been here for 7 months. Cool. No, you've been here for 9 months, Leagues. YouTube's just all fucked up today. Just ignore it. Found your stream 10 months ago. I've been hate watching ever since. How do I link the Discord? I don't think you need to tell people how to fix stream issues. If they're having issues, they can't see your suggestions. That does kind of make sense. Just let it run. Can you start calling me Hotbody Flyboy? I mean, change your name. Change your name to Hotbody Flyboy, and I will. The big sell shares to buy through computer share push a couple of days ago, right before they needed all this liquidity, is certainly even more suspect now. Isn't it? My favorite attempt to discredit PyPhi's knowledge was by saying, you can't listen to this guy. He wears a VWAP hat. To be fair, I wouldn't fucking listen to a guy who wore a VWAP hat either. YouTube shows that I'm the only one watching your stream and the only one who's liked it. It's just me and you, a user. Everyone else is bots. Didn't Charlie tweet about this? Didn't he expose that you're all bots? I just sit in here with my bots all day, talking to myself. Do you wear that hat in real life? Fuck no. I wore it outside once. And some good dude at the subway was like, you got a very wet ass pussy, bro? And I was like, no, hey, whoa. Like aggressively. Like he wanted some of it. And that was not about that. 3K watching, 1.9K likes. Thanks, Mighty Potato. Little bot for crypto. Victor, you're giving me some love. Or did Victor finally make money on a stock? Go you, Victor. Speculated the spinoff theory. I believe they will spin off in an IPO fashion. DPO? If he loves the poorest so much. Very upsetting that YouTube messing up means it won't display my name as Hotbody Trash Dan. Get wrecked. Charlie didn't even mention calves or wrists. See, he's just a baseless hater. I know. Are bots conscious? Blip blorp. Alright. This consolidation's boring as fuck. probably just trying to crush IV before it moves up more. Because of your humor and explanations, I took the jump into options in January. Now, one of my contracts is up over 1,000%, another 900%. I just wanted to say thank you for what you do. That's awesome, man. You're welcome. Also, congratulations. Nice gains. How Victor got his groove back. At what point do the market makers bite the bullet and show some volume? We'll see. Does WeBull have a TTM indicator? I think it does, actually. Yeah, it does. It's a shitty one, but it has one. Yeah, 20 is fine. I might actually like it better. There's less to explain on it. What's supposed to use for dark pool data? Market Chameleon, real-time option block trades, Polygon. Play Elden Ring? What the fuck? No, I can't. I have to buy a new power supply after the stream today for the new video card. And I refuse to play games on my current video card. Hmm. It's pretty volatile. Did GameStop FTD the new webcam again? It still hasn't shown up. But that's not really GameStop's fault. Whenever you get shit shipped into New York City, it always gets stuck at like various distribution centers for days. I have this problem all the time, and it's definitely not just GameStop. We might get a reversal here. Getting real volatile on these wicks. Although it is kind of pushing down. Let's see. Lots of OTC orders coming in. Do you stream games as well? Not right now. Although I've thought about it. Because, well, I don't really play any video games right now, so I mostly just do stock stuff. I'm playing a video game currently. It's just got a lot of risk associated with it. Do trying to stop a run puts look different than we've done covering puts on options trackers? Yes. They look like big fucking fat blocks of in the money puts. Right now, a lot of the put buying we're seeing is just to suppress price and like kind of try to lock us in this channel, right? They're doing it so they can crush IV from these run-ups. Once they get IV low enough, because remember, like that they don't want that IV pumping too hard because of their variance positions or their volatility positions. So, you know, they're just trying to crush IV. They'll probably let it move up in a little bit. Was the last 20 some minutes a descending wedge or more of a trend channel? It is a descending wedge. It depends. I would say it's more just like a downtrend. I really don't like it on the 1 minute. Like on the 5, it's kind of just like a pennant forming, right? And that low test is probably the low. We'll see if we bounce here. Play a dating sim game. I feel like we learn so much about you. I don't even know what that is. Why would you have a game where you simulate dating? That doesn't sound fun at all. And just like that, Pi-Fi lost half his viewership. What are the pros and cons of exercising a deep in the money option before expiration? Well, you lose out on the extrinsic value of the contract. That's the con. The pro would be that you have shares in case the price continues upwards, or if the price continues upwards after your option expires. Kurt can't reveal any more information about his personal life, or Searchmeister will use it to hunt him down. You're not wrong. Favorite video game is still the original Space Invaders. It's a classic. Should I stream Doki Doki Literature Club? Is this a good time for my edible to be kicking in? No time like the present, I guess. These runs are historically 2 days, with day 3 reaching the high for the run before the rug. Accurate? Not always. They can continue for a few days with the high. Like, look at August, for instance. I think the peak of that run actually occurred like a few days after. But yeah, usually, the obligations are met by now. At what point would you have concern about a rug pull? Been pretty sideways on good volume thus far. I mean, we're still up like 10% on the day. So I'm not super concerned with one right now. I don't like this fail of VWAP, but these usually don't break up. These usually aren't bullish. There's no like low support, right? Like you don't get like a low to bounce off of. And so generally they just kind of like trend down. And this isn't really even a breakdown of this descending trend, right? Like it's kind of like in line. If we do find support, it'll either be here at this resistance or maybe here, like 132. I think there's a resistance here at 132.77. I don't know why it's not marked. Maybe I have it marked on TradingView. Yeah, I'll slap it in there. 1 second. It was like a previous high from out here on the 4 hour or the daily. Yeah. From here on February 16th. Just checked XRT and GME is again the largest percent holding at 1.18. Shares jumped from 29K to 75,000. Nice. Are hedges fighting for their life, or is this easy for them to suppress by just internalizing and waiting for FOMO to die off? I mean, that's what they're doing, right? We have 11 million volume, and very little price action to show for it. Still pushing. I nearly shot myself laughing about your very last pussy. That made me gag a bit, but then I pictured them calves. I had to grab the bull mayo and unzip. Thanks, Swanee75. I appreciate that. So what are we waiting for to drive volume up? FOMO, dark pool printing, various obligations coming due throughout the day. All three of those. We're not down. You know, it's not like we've failed the previous supports. It's just volatile, right? Like Gamma Max is likely driven up. We have a lot of options flow going on right now. It's just choppy. Traditionally, we don't run a lot before noon anyway. They're internalizing. Does that show later today? I mean, if there's dark pool prints, those can show later today. Internalizing they can do for quite some time. Ensuring that only the sell orders hit the lit exchange. BBY check. What's it doing? It's still just like hitting that low resistance. Looks fine. This looks good too, actually. I think they'll wait till volume starts to die off before they let it run. Because remember, when they're letting the price run, they don't want it to gap up, right? And so they want like the FOMO to die off. And it works, it's effective. I really don't feel like this is MOASS or even GME going to 1,000. It's just gonna be another can kick cycle. I agree. I think the fact that there's an entropy hedge in place Means it's very likely that very unlikely that we squeeze. It doesn't seem right. I mean, they're hedged against this positive price action, right? So it's not like blowing up their margin or anything. Big props and thing, but it can get out of control. Thank you for your infotainment. This morning I sold my calls, added 30% to my share count, and in the process offset a large part of my losses. Green baby, fucking green. Congrats, Seacraft, Meredith Actual. Congratulations, man. If iBarrow is any indication of the lending pool in general, they're borrowing or trading small amounts pretty quickly back and forth today to juggle it. They're probably trying to keep the rate low. So they're borrowing from one and returning to the other. Entry hedge means they'll let it run. Yeah, but they're going to let it run by increasing IV as little as possible. Like IV's already spiked super hard, right? They don't want it to keep driving up. Because then they run the risk of getting into like a Volga Vana squeeze again, right? Like last January. Still thinking 195 likely today. I don't know if 195 is likely, but if we break out and continue to push up, it's just noon. Why does everyone always get so depressed around noon when the volume drops out of the market? Grow up. Did we already discuss Wall Street Bet's technical update post by you Thump4 that was posted overnight? No, I didn't see it. Can you tell us why RC wouldn't buy an additional 10 million today and slap his wee on the table again? You know, just in case he's listening and wants to prove you wrong. I don't think that's gonna happen. Also, he can't buy 10 million shares. I'm not even sure if he can still buy 20%. I have to look into it more. That period may be over, where he can buy like a significant amount more of the company. He may be locked in at like 15%. Is it possible to scan for entropy hedges and just buy quarterly options on said companies with entropy hedges? Sure. Schwab bar rate at 9.25. Schwab should be the same as IBKR, generally. Do you believe that a run-up is more likely or a rug pull? We'll see. I mean, it's 50-50. It's a coin flip. They'll either be able to defeat price action here in this range, or they won't. Why no calls this morning? There's tons of calls this morning. Don't like this. Dropping on. Interesting. The real message I'm taking home from this past 5 days of GME action is learn to use options. I need to make money off calls when GME dips down below 100 to play the cycle. Yeah, that's what I've been telling people for a while. There's a lot of money getting left on the table by just watching the price go up and down. Yeah, dude, he bought out 100K shares. He didn't buy like 20% of the fucking company. It didn't really affect his cost basis. It's a big difference between buying 100K shares and like 5.8 million. Someone buying $1 million deep in the money calls. There's been a lot of those today, a lot of in the money call blocks. Is this shorting via options? It doesn't look that way. At least not from what I'm seeing. I'm starting to see some more 150s and 145s coming in though. Volume isn't excessive, and it's significantly, yeah. I mean, they were just trying to channel lock it. Do they have any big fails today? No, FTDs should be relatively low today, so when news comes out, short hedge funds lost 500 million. That is just based on the price of the underlying, right? That doesn't include anything. The lost borrowing fee shows the short. I mean, it's just fucking nonsense, like algo written articles. It doesn't mean anything. It's definitely not indicative of their actual losses because no one would fucking know. It's not like short hedge funds are calling up like CNBC and be like, "Hey, we lost 500 million today." Everybody remember the guy in chat a few weeks ago that claimed he participated in a beta market that ended on the 22nd? What? If there's heavy shorting at these levels, the borrow rate should start picking up quite a bit, right? Yeah, generally. I mean, they bought some 145, 150 puts. Those are gonna help suppress the price a little bit as long as volume remains low, but they're not significant enough to drive the price down. They're not even that high of like delta. Insane how just 100K shares did that yesterday and then nothing else affects. What? You think 100,000 share buy-in yesterday drove the price up fucking $60? No. You could probably go back and I mean, the SEC gives the time and sales for RC's buy-in in the 8K. So you could probably go back and find his buys and see what exchange he used. He's an insider though, so I think the GME uses Jeffries. So whatever exchange Jeffries purchases from. That's the SS narrative. There are several posts. What a bunch of fucking idiots. Um, price action. Some folks were scraping together DD showing most of RC's trade yesterday were on lit exchanges, implying they affect the daily price. I mean, sure, but it's 100,000 shares. It's like it was like less than 0.1% of yesterday's volume. Some folks. Can you explain birds? I mean, it depends. Do you think they're real, Popcorn Trader? Docu ripping? Awesome. Ooh, it broke 100. Hold on. I gotta sell some of this. Taking profits. How's Cat doing today, by the way? Okay, it's doing fine. So even though I bought through Computer Share on the 15th, they just hit my account today. I wonder how many others this happens with, and how much this actually affects price movement. I mean, probably not significantly. I'm sure your order went in on the 15th, right? But then doesn't it have to get pulled and like kind of like pulled and transferred after their broker places the order? I'm new here. I thought I'd have a look at your stream and step away from my idle Mac course for a day. So you're saying that Cohen's 100K wasn't the millions we saw in volume yesterday? How dare you not confirm the Messiah Ryan Cohen is the only reason we went up? Yeah, I mean, clearly it had nothing to do with 3 months of compounding obligations in the ETFs that were being rebalanced yesterday. I've refreshed many times and we're still not at 69 million. My dad still hasn't come back from his Persian quiche run. I think it's more that, you know, a lot of people were implying, like, especially in the news, that, you know, he didn't have a lot of like forward direction or intent with GameStop. And so I think it was kind of a pushback against that narrative. Do you think this is a double bottom bullish bounce, or are we in a massive descending triangle? Good question. We are in a, it's not massive, but there's a descending triangle. We're stabilized. I mean, I can't complain about the current price. IV is going to be driven down though, while we're kind of stagnating on volume. That's like, I mean, the dark pools usually print in the latter half of the day, so we'll see what happens. But I mean, 95% of my calls are in the money right now, so I'm just chilling. When will the FTDs from yesterday come due? Any FTDs generated yesterday through market makers will come due in T+2 plus 35 calendar days. But when will FTDs? Is this pod racing? It's not. Why don't you just say T plus 37? Because it's not T plus 37. So T plus 2 is trading days. And 35C is calendar days. They're not the same. Like this counts weekends, holidays. This doesn't. So T plus 37 is inaccurate. I actually wrote a DD a little while back on how to count all the different T plus cycles if you want to check it out. RC doesn't DRS his shares. They're held in his holding, like he has a holding company, and that's where they're held. Price goes down, stabilized, bounces, short the bounce, rinse and repeat until 1269. We actually don't look bad. We're mostly just flat, right? Also 150, 145 put action. Yeah, there's some. It's not excessive, but they are buying them. I mean, the volume on them isn't really going up. It's just those same. And they're 0.5 and 0.6 delta. So I'm not super concerned. If you start to see 140 pump up or 160s pump up in volume, that would be a bearish indicator. Could MOASS take a few years to be realized? I think the longer time drags on, the less likely it becomes. Has this price action come in your BlackRock meetings, or are they not concerned yet? What would you do with open weekly CCs if you had them right now? I mean, you can, are they in the money, Barry? Any suggestions on tax-friendly states to relocate to? Puerto Rico? Texas, New Hampshire, Florida. All of those, though, have federal capital gains. Puerto Rico doesn't. California is best for taxes. I refreshed the stream and my wife is still saying she's leaving. Are they gonna sync this thing after today? They might. I mean, I have stops in place, so if the price drops, I don't really give a shit. I think it can run more though. I think the potential's there. Don't forget IJH, which is the heaviest weighted GameStop ETF, has its dividend tomorrow. And we still have like T plus 3, which is, you know, today. Well, yeah, today's T plus 3, but that carries out through the end of day tomorrow as well. And we still have T plus 2 that can be resolved today from last Friday. So there's still a lot of shit that can happen. But it is midday. The price action has slowed. Relax, a little break. Volume. IV's crushing if you know you have positions that are highly reliant on IV value. you know, you should be watching them and probably working on some kind of plan for what to do with them. I'm going to update Reddit real quick. 1 second, guys. Mm-hmm. What is volume for the day start and stop counting? Does yesterday's after hours volume get grouped into the following day's volume? Pre-market volume gets grouped in into today's volume. Why no moon? Big sad. What the fuck are you sad about? The stock went up $60 already. His palms are sweaty. Mom's spaghetti. Arms are heavy. There's mom's spaghetti on a sweater already. Mom's spaghetti. Thanks. I needed that. Master draws his lines. If you guys don't expect a little bit of consolidation after yesterday's fucking $60 move, you should expect some consolidation after that. New live education thoughts on stops versus stop limits for in the money, out of the money calls. Could you birth a new custom pickle for this glorious week? Stops and stop limits. What do you want to know? You can set a trailing stop, it'll create a market order, you'll have some slippage on the bid ask. You can set a limit order, but it has to be a little more actively managed as the price fluctuates. Isn't that bullish? Yeah. I mean, the consolidation's kind of equal, but it can break bullish. We'll have to see how this happens. This isn't really a breakout yet. A breakout would be a move above 138. This is still like within range of the trend. I should probably shift this up to better reflect the trend, but it's not going to cover that. Actually, that's probably the best way to do it. RSA is a great place for a leg up. That's a break. DRS, you shells. Nah, fuck you. How do you decide between bodies and wicks? Based on volume traded, you can use your volume indicator down here. Usually wicks don't have a lot of volume traded on them, so they're a less reliable point of reference. There's a lot of people that prefer to draw through like the center point of the volume, like that, to ensure that the trend captures as much volume as possible. I'm not a big fan of that because I think it doesn't highlight moments of momentum very well, but some people do like to draw them that way. Some people draw them from, you know, like the body, some draw from the wick. Yeah, there's different kind of candlesticks. All these resistances turning into supports reminds me of Italy's role in the world wars. How do I DRS the calls I bought from you? You can't. Get wrecked. They're not even real calls. They're synthetic. Q2TA on John Wick's body now. What other significant dates should we note on after rebalancing this week? Nothing significant's happening until May after this week. The biggest short candle of the day started at 142. If we break out above that, all those shorts will be underwater. Spicy. Sounds spicy. How are you still here? You've been banned from RSS. You shouldn't be here anymore. And yet, here I am. Doing just fine. Better, even. If RC continues to buy 100,000 every day, how soon till MOASS? Ed Clean, thank you for upgrading to Billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. What we got over here? Big in the money calls today. Yeah, lots of them. Big block orders. The price action, share buying into call de-hedging. Okay. Well, calls are picking back up though, Mando. So were you able to confirm whether or not GME is on a new OPEC cycle yet? Not yet. If it looks like it is, right? Just because this has been the extent of our run so far, I would say that GME is just simply on a new cycle. But if we continue to run and there are even more obligations than what we've already seen resolved, which, like, the resolution of volume that we've seen so far should be more than sufficient to indicate that, you know, OPEX would be cleared. If we continue to run up, into the 150s, 160s after this point, that would indicate that they just simply pushed their obligations out a month and further compounded them. Could this 10 million injection be RCV moved to smoke out short hedge funds to the feds during true price manipulation, waiting for the one opportunity to trap them? If so, let's stifle the MOASS discussion for now. People, DOJ play, thank you for your dedication. I don't know. I don't think so. That's a bit tinfoil hat for me. Sure, but it's not like he'd be highlighting any information they didn't have already. How does internalized exposure eventually make its way to the open market? FTDs, usually. Usually a lot of the stuff being internalized is FTDs. Still think you're wrong on DRS, but as always, it's a personal decision. I respect that. That's fair, but why? Why am I wrong? Can we DRS the friends we made along the way? I thought being banned from SS basically means you stop existing. I mean, I stopped existing on SS. I hope they write more hate posts about me and take a bunch of shit out of context. That's my favorite because it drives my viewership numbers up. Do you miss DFV? I do. I miss his tweets. A DFV tweet right now would be extremely bullish. Okay, yeah. Large amount of calls and puts sold earlier. Calls are picking back up. Price is basically following the market. Cool. That's kind of what we'd expect, right? Everybody would dump on the super high IV this morning, buy back in on the dip. I'm using WeBull 2 on the 1 minute. I have a few more red candles than you. What setting do I need to adjust? Oh, it could be because I have the NBBO order book data. So our data may be a little bit different. It's like the premium data package they sell. It's not much better than the free shit you get on TDA or Fidelity, but it's got OTC order flow, which is nice. GameStop has a lot of dark pool order flow, right? And so you'll see a difference in price across platforms because of that. Should I hold my May 22 150C through this week or take profits? I expect some big price action because of the high volume in the last few days. That's up to you, man. You just have the one contract. I mean, don't lose money on it. Like, don't diamond hand it until it's fucking worthless. People have made that mistake far too many times. You shorted the Billionaire song when you checked Discord DMs, FYI. Oh shit.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
We ripping?
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he
You see RC's buy action yesterday? How did he avoid dark pools? The amounts throughout the day seem so random. I mean, he's just buying in at a cost basis. He's probably not directing his own purchase, right? As an insider, they buy through Jeffries. So, you know, they're just trying to hit an average. If you look at institutional buys, they're usually kind of like that, right? They're just trying to maintain an average buy-in price. And you'll see them, you know, bought in like little bits over time. You played out. Thanks for teaching me the value of paying for some theta. Also, look at your boy AMD. Break it up. Lisa Sue is bae. Ooh. Oh, nice. It broke out of that, like, shit range. Next stop, 123. Well, not really. Next stop, 118.27. Then up towards 123. At least my 115s are back in the money now. Roaring Kitty, YouTube is the worst. Sent $69 super chat for fun, and YouTube hit my card but didn't show up. Check your applicable statement and make sure they don't FTD your money. What the fuck? Seriously? I'll check it. I'm not sure how, but let me see if it shows up. YouTube's having all kinds of fucking issues today, man. I guess I'll have to check it again later because it's not showing any for today at all. And I know some have come in. I'm sorry about that, dude. I'll let you know, though. The songs get played so much they become hymns, and now this is officially a cult. He's correlating them with IEX buys. I mean, he's not doing it right. It's Jeffries is coordinating the purchases. People just think like, what do they think? People fucking think RC's just sitting on Fidelity, like hitting buy? No. He just calls Jeffries and goes, buy me 100,000 shares. When Ryan Cohen sold like 5 million shares, why didn't he wait until it was like 400? When Ryan Cohen sold 5 million shares, why didn't he wait until it was like 400? It's a good question. Would the price have gone up? I mean, they had to announce it, right? And so no matter what, the price was probably going to go down. And then the ETF rebalance was coming up regardless. They'd also cleared out their obligations, which maybe he understood at that point. So they were going to start shorting anyway. So could he have sold higher? Maybe. Maybe not. TLDR, you got a pre-authorization that will most likely be canceled. Yeah, probably. Thanks for everything you do, Pickle Man. Here's my monthly cult dues. Thanks, Anonymous. We'll see if we hold above VWAP. This could be good, but we're still just like we bounced and now we're just consolidating immediately. There's not a lot of upward pressure right now. There's not a lot of volume right now. We've traded like 500,000 volume in the last almost hour, I think. It's not very significant. Yeah, 600,000 volume in the last half hour. So we need that volume to pick back up, which it will probably do towards the mid to late afternoon. Fee at 9.1. Oil ripping. XLE IEO. How's my shitty rig stock doing? It's up 3%. Oh, that's cool. I closed out my oil futures already, Space Monkey. Of course I haven't watched Trey Trade's latest video. So whether we realize the cycle has shifted or they have simply can't kicked and let obligations pile up, my expectations are still another hard drop by next week. Is this your expectation as well? I would say that's the most likely outcome. Given the evidence of a hedge, unless there's a margin call. Unless a margin call occurred back in February, then yeah, I would say that we're at least the cycles are back. So that's bullish. I mean, it's good news. If we get a weekly close, we're at right now, we have a confirmed bullish divergence pattern. We've had a significant break of structure. I like this volume. What time is it? What's a quick recap of the day? Market opened. People sold off a shitload of options. Price dropped. People sold off a shitload more. And then options volume started, like call volume started picking back up again. We've broken out of this fairly awful channel between 135 and 138 now. Moving up to 142. This is going to be a fairly important test. If we even have enough volume to push up into it, which we may not until the later afternoon. What would happen if Jeffrey submitted a single 100K buy order at market? Not a lot. I mean, this is a $100,000 candle or 100,000 share candle right here. So I mean, even if this was just pure buy volume, which it's not, but even if it was, I mean, it wouldn't move the price more than like a couple bucks. The reason they don't do that, they don't submit them as just one market order, is because of slippage. You know, when you're buying that many shares at once, slippage can hurt you, and so you buy in small blocks over time to, you know, maintain a price point. Do you think they could continually keep switching up cycles to throw everyone off? Possibly, but I mean, you can play that, right? I'm having some issues with my membership. Everything, there's issues all over with YouTube right now. So if you're having issues with membership or super chats, they're just like not working properly. Okay, we're getting some increased volume on this. This is good. Broke 142, still pushing up. 145, baby, big ups. Start talking in the Sling Blade voice. The filing shows when he bought. If you go to the bottom of the 8K, it shows his orders and what time they occurred. God, I love weeklies. Are you still holding Palantir, unfortunately? If there were a margin call for a large actor in Feb, just how violent would the upwards action be? Pretty violent. BBBY FTD cycle next from the RC buy-in. Yeah, that's the next thing I think that we're looking towards after this week. Hold over 140, keep those calls in the money. What's the purple line? That's where the 150 calls go into the money, and there's a lot of them. What prices become violent in the BlackRock offices? I don't know. Hold on for long, we're coming for you. How do you determine a good stop loss on options? I have a pretty high risk tolerance, and I don't want to set it too close and get stopped out too soon. I mean, options move quick, right? So you factor that into your stop loss. Usually if I'm just like following something, and it's running and I'm going to walk away from it, I'll set it at like 10 or 20% from like its current price, especially if it's like in the money or already up. Like I'm willing to take the 10% loss to maybe realize like more, like 10% more in gains. You can manage it manually and hold it a little tighter at like previous resistance. But that, GameStop gaps up and down a lot. So it's hard to set those like those limit sells or those like stop limits in a safe range. Like you can, like if volatility just picks up for one tick, you can get stopped out. So usually I'll figure out like a safe range for like the resistance, like the volats, like say right here, like if I was gonna play, like set my stop at this wick, normally on most stocks I just set it right there, right? But on GME I might set it like a little lower to avoid like potential volatility, right? Or a gap down. Time to buy the 150. Time to buy the 150. We're moving up. This is bullish. Consolidated, broke to the upside already, so more volume. BBY still not on reg show. Nope, not yet. 30C 819 22 BBBY just picked up a few thoughts. Seems like a good call. I like August for BBBY. I bought some August a little while back. I still have leaps for BBBY, which I like a lot. Thanks for not hiking membership dues. You've elevated my life from Dan Power to Dan Empowerment. Thanks, Daniel Rock. Purple line, same as DRS line. No. Is constipation a sign of imminent MOASS? It could be. Does your butthole itch? No broker is notifying people of price action. Ridiculous. Heard you're into espresso. Mind sharing your setup? I have a Profitec Pro 600 and a Chado grinder. E6P, I think, which I don't like. I'm gonna see if I can exchange it. Not a fan of the grinder. I like the espresso machine, sort of. Docu checkups. And it's still just pushing up. I sold half my position like when it broke 100. So I mean, I'm already out with, you know, like 14x gains. So if it wants to keep pushing, awesome. But like the money I have left in there, I don't really care. I have a stop limit set, so if it falls back below 100, I'll sell the rest. But right now, I'm just following. Cat looks awesome today. Pushing up into that higher. Remember the higher resistance here, up at like 225, 226. I expect it to get rejected a few times. Baba's still doing great. Had a nice early run, got rejected here at the 123.59. This will probably continue to push up as well. Did any of my plays this week turn out shitty? I don't know about the short one. That's kind of like a longer term play. Apple's doing great, broke 170. Everything's good. Market coming up. I mean, it's not like it's hard to make money when you have a bounce like that. For the love of sweet dapper baby Jesus, do not put the color back on that camera, you magnificent bastard. Pale Gherk is the catalyst. Thanks, brother, for everything. Yeah, not the year of research put into the stock. It's just because my camera's fucking broken. When internalization pressure release, no sign of them losing control yet, methinks. No, I don't think so either. I mean, remember, with that entropy swap in place, they're not hurt by the upward price action, right? Like, this doesn't hurt their margin. They're hedged. So what the thing they're worried about is controlling volatility. Not so much controlling price. XRT straight up. I swear with all the FPS YouTuber visits, you need to have a game night to bring them all together. Maybe? How does that work? What's it? Just like play games? By grinder, Pi-Fi means the piece of machinery on my countertop that throws espresso all over my kitchen. Can you discuss how you might approach for this of us who are banking on Jan Feb price action and lost capital? Seems like we'd be chasing at this point. Hard watching now after the L's. I mean, that's why you get burned by the losses so hard, right? Is because if you don't have money on the table, you can't make money. My suggestion would have been to not deploy 100% of your capital all at once into call options and then keep money on the side to roll forward contracts if things didn't meet expectations, right? I mean, a lot of us, that's what we did. As far as FOMOing in now to like 150s and hoping that it pops up, It looks good, but you know, the risk is huge. And it's very easy for the price to just peak out right now and tank. So be aware of that if you're considering chasing this run. I mean, I rolled so many times that I didn't even hit profits yesterday until we crossed 115 for the last quarter. So the stock had to make like a $30 move for me just to break even. It was rough. Ooh. That was nice. All right. I mean, they're covering. They're trying not to gap up, but they're not very successful at it. But they are covering right now. This is a good push. So 146.92. This resistance right here. We almost broke it. See if volume keeps coming in. I believed in you on options in Feb and got burned, but I continued believing and I'm now flat after the roll. Looking forward to green later today. Thanks for everything. You got it, dude. Congratulations on breaking even. But I mean, if this is just a run and we get defeated, you know, now we know what we can expect moving forward, right? We can broaden the scope of entries and, you know, improve profits. I think if anything, we've found the limit of their internalization, because you just and can kicking, because you know they just can't kick past the the ETF rebalances because there's nowhere else to hide the fucking shorts. Next PT resistance for GME, 146.92. After that, 150. Tesla. Oh, Tesla already broke up into the 130 resistance. Next one on Tesla is 1075. I'm in the green now, baby. Fuck yeah, dude. That was quick. Too soon to start exercising? I mean, if you have options that are 100% in the money, no, but you are sacrificing the extrinsic value on those calls, which is quite high right now. Can the dark pool break? I mean, that's not really how that works. So no. How's the spread looking? Looks to me like $2 at the bottom of your screen. Spread right now, about 50 cents. I'm gonna probably exercise some 80s at if we hit 160. Like above 160 is where I'll look to exercise 80s. Because I'll have to cashless exercise. I don't have a lot of cash left in that account. And I don't want to sell all my, I didn't buy any out of the money calls for this run. Like nothing significantly out of the money, right? Because the run's already exceeded gamma max. So I was just buying calls up to gamma max. So my highest strike right now is 140. I don't have any like 200s to sell or 300s to sell off to exercise. So yeah. I don't know. I'll exercise what I can. If it keeps running, like if we hit like 200 or 250, then I can exercise a lot more, but maybe why expectations in a GME squeeze. If GME squeezes, I mean, it'll affect all the basket stocks to some degree, and vice versa. Have a weekly for 190. I think best option is just to sell off if close to breaking even, or hold for a bit rest of the day. And your best option is to sell on a spike in IV, right? If you're that far out of the money. So basically only buy GME options that extend well past ETF rebalance dates in order to capture ETF rebalance VUPs. Yeah, I think the issue there is more not which options to buy, but when to enter them. How does cashless exercise work? It's use margin, and you exercise the value of the contract for the underlying shares. There's also in a cash account, you can use sell to exercise and sell to cover, where they will exercise on your behalf and then sell the shares to cover the cost of the exercise. So, if you're like with that, if you're trading at, 160, you can exercise like an $80 call for 50% of the shares. So you get 50 shares. It's only available on some brokers. Fidelity offers exercise and sell to cover, but you have to speak with the options desk. They will not offer it to you through customer service. I have a 120C June, but also in the money 195 weeklies. Would selling near dated to exercise the June make sense? Or sell June to exercise a nearer dated one? Does it matter? You have a 120 June. I mean, yeah, selling the June to exercise a nearer dated call would make more sense, because the nearer dated call have less extrinsic value. So you get more profits from selling the June than you would from selling the others to exercise the June. Also, you have lower strikes. You want to exercise your lowest strike, right? What's the difference between that cashless exercise and simply selling the contract and buying shares at the current price? Will you not be able to buy as many? You can just sell the contract and buy shares. The difference would be that, if you sell and buy shares, that your purchase can be satisfied with, and this is, I mean, I don't know how relevant this is, but your purchase can be satisfied with market maker, like bona fide market maker liquidity provisions. And so they can FTD your purchase of stock. Whereas if you exercise the contract, they can't. It has to be delivered in 2+2. And so it creates like a miniature margin call at the loss of those extra shares that you would get for the extrinsic value. So you'd get by exercising, you get fewer shares, but create more pressure on market makers. By selling and buying, less pressure on the market maker, but more shares. Most people are going to take the greedy way out. That's human nature. In my jar, I saw your message in Discord announcement yesterday, and thank you for all you've done. Been here since day one, and if I'm not as cool as Handbiter, Zakura, Carl et al., this has been a wild ride. I'm glad to have shared it with everyone, especially Moonwind, but not a Dan. Thanks, Who's Coffin Now. I appreciate it, dude. I know, you've been here since literally day one. I appreciate it, man. Ivy just ripped hard. Yeah, that bounce is big. 2K share wall, sell wall 148. It's nothing. That's super tiny. I'm sure they have conditional orders far in excess of that sell wall. Is 180 still a significant number if we start to get that high, or has it been too long since we've been there for it to matter? Oh no, 180 is still significant. Our weighted average price is still like 178. So it's an important level. It's also, if we can attain that level, very likely that we can hold that level. Which is obviously the higher floor we hold moving forward, the better chance we have of you know, moving up even higher on the next potential run. RC's 100K buy yesterday was a warning shot. Just believe, Pickle. All you have to do is believe and I don't believe in things. Give me attention. It's me, you, Moonwin, and the Stonk. Also, in the last 3 days, I made more than I've lost since November. I give you 2% credit. You're welcome. Thanks, Carl. Me and my only MOASS alert I have is when Gherk goes dark. That's when I'll know GME MOASS is happening. Otherwise, I'm gonna eat this burger and drink my shake and relax under the sun and watch Boom. RC's buy-in was 91 to 108. Okay. What do you attribute this growth to? Still insider buying? No, I don't think it's insider buying at all. I think it's clearing of ETF obligations and options hedging. Some FTDs as well. And FTDs with pressure being applied to that CNS churn. So good shit. You mentioned the entropy swap hedge could get out of control. Can you go further into that, like the causes and effects? Yeah, so eventually, you know, even with that entropy swap in place, they're going to attempt to fade the peak, right? They're going to close that swap and start shorting. And when they do that, you know, if retail call options are extremely high in number, and they attempt to short into that run, not only are they shorting against us, right? They're shorting against the market maker's hedge, like this positive delta hedge. And so if they start shorting into that and dumping a large amount of capital, but the hedge continues to push the price of the stock up, or people are exercising calls, and the price, you know, the price is being driven up from those shares being purchased on the lit exchange, you can push through that barrier. And if you do, it blows up their short. And then the stock can really run, right? Then you start to see like volatility, like fly off the handle. And then you get that like Volga-Vana squeeze action, which can drive the price even more. If the price gets driven up enough and enough people exercise, then you can have a gamma squeeze. If you get to a gamma squeeze, then a short squeeze is possible. So that's kind of how it can get out of control, because they want to short the top, right? It averages up their previous short positions, and if they can drive the stock from, you know, 200 down to 100, or, you know, 250 down to 100, that's fucking great for them, right? That's $150 profit per short that they don't have to cover for T+9 plus 35 days. They're gonna fight for 150, I think. 23,000 calls here. Some are gonna get sold right on the test, especially weeklies. So we'll expect when we test this, kind of invisible to us, we'll expect to see call volume, drop off, right? Before it regains ground. And expect people to sell here. Or, a test of like 158, which is our next one up. Both of those are going to be pretty rough. Is there a tool that shows cumulative amount of puts and calls per strike? I think the Max Payne website has that. I remember, no matter what happens in this run, when it's defeated, just manage your options exits appropriately. That way, when retail hits the next bottom, they have a lot more fucking money to buy the dip, right? There is more net call OI in the money that exceeds the public float size. There isn't. I don't think there's enough open calls on the chain to exceed the float. The float is 63.4 million shares, roughly, or 62.6, I think, more accurately. MSM telling retail to use stops, rug pull incoming. I mean, no one's. Oof, that's rough. Okay, so this is a lot of options volume getting sold off and some panic selling. I would watch this very carefully. This is fine. This test here of this previous resistance. Hopefully that's all the volatility we experience off of this test. I mean, I'm not going to tell people not to diamond hand their calls to zero because people are going to do what they want, but be warned of it, right? Think how many at least 4 times now, people have diamond handed their calls through these runs, praying for MOASS, and have ended up exiting a a $50-$60 run with less money than they started it with. Don't be those people, I guess, because that's not a win-win. Not a rug pull, it's a sell wall. We'll see. With your strategy, there never will be a MOASS. Why? People can just buy more shares at the bottom, increasing ownership. If anything, that strategy makes it more likely. What's a low IV point? Under 100 is usually really an excellent opportunity to get in. Like when they start entering their swaps, when they drive the IV below 100. Hey Payu, I bought my one call at 95 March 20th, 150 March 25th, 155 strike. Should I exercise half? What? You bought your call at 95 March 21. Oh, okay. You can if you want the shares. I didn't tell anybody to sell. I warned people of the rejection that would occur at 150. SPY is tanking. Ouch. Wonder how much of this is that active funds. When does CNS facility begin? Oh, like 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. in the morning? They're really hunting for my stop loss, but little do they know that I set it recklessly low. They can see them, by the way. If they cover at each big run at the top, their average goes down, and it will come to a point where we have a lot more shares. But they have averaged down a lot, and MOASS will be unlikely. No, I mean there's still a long short position on GameStop. And they average down, but there's also a cost for them to do this, right? To run this cycle over and over again, and it drives up short interest during the cycle. Oh, so that's why the last three times I set stop losses, they hit it within $1 and ran it up again. Yeah, they can see them on the order book. But regardless of what retail does on tests like this, institutions will sell out of calls, right? Institutions and day traders will sell out of calls. So the first test of a high like this is always usually a very hard rejection, right? My current stop limit's like down at like 135, so I'm not very concerned. Although I would have gotten worried had it dropped down to like that 138 resistance, this one. That would have been concerning. If a Dan would get a kid, what's a name that a Dan would give? Can't name kid Dan either. Nad. The rejection was around 700k in volume. Great, you just set a homing beacon for 135. Mine's conditional, so I don't, it's not set as a limit order. Like if we cross 138, it puts the limit in place, and then it'll set the limit, or it'll set the limit sell after the stop is placed. What if BBY calls are you're liking right now? Is Ivy a little too high? I'm not a huge fan of the current Ivy on BBY calls. I'd look at further out dates probably. Right now with the Ivy spiked, like leaps. Leaps seem to be a better buy right now than the nearer term calls. Vortex type 2 squeeze triggered? That doesn't mean anything. What are the implications of them having hedged this run up? If it's a rug pull, what scenario makes this not possible for them? They're in a tricky spot because of the way they kicked the ETF obligations. They should have cleared them in February, and by not clearing them in February, they've really overstacked the ETFs. And they had to, as we saw, they had to turn more and more to borrowing real shares of GameStop as they've been driving the borrow rate up, and so that makes them kind of beholden to the lenders, and this could mean that they're going to be kind of beholden to the lenders throughout the rest of this quarter, which puts them at a huge risk if there's a share recall for any reason, and so that's what they want to avoid, right? That's one of the biggest benefits of using these ETFs is when a share recall will happen, right? Because it's scheduled. And so how long you can carry your short position for. But in this instance, now they're going to have to move because they kicked the can from Feb to March. They're going to have to hold that long short position directly with GameStop lenders, and not only are they paying an increased rate on their cash security being held with the lender, but they're also open to the risk of being a share recall at any time, and so it's interesting. I mean, this isn't something we haven't seen them carrying a long short position with a lender since June. Since the run up into the shareholders meeting, which was, largely probably driven by a share recall due to the institutions voting for RC, or the ones that did at least, like BlackRock and Vanguard. And so, yeah, it's compelling. If any big news comes out or big fundamental change in the company that would trigger a share recall, now the shorts are exposed to that because they've had to turn to these SEC lending pools. Dude, my Persian rug PTSD made me sell my weeklies of 95C for 500 instead of this run that would have given 55K. How do you work past this trauma? Just remember that, there's always another stock moving tomorrow. You're never going to hit them all. You got to get over that. At least you made profits. Some people won't. I thought a share recall was extremely unlikely or not possible. It's just a slim chance of it happening that keeps them balancing that risk. Yeah, because it's a huge amount of risk, right? How far in advance do share recalls get announced? Sometimes they give them T+2. I mean, if we continue on our current trajectory, which, we had that after hours bump, and then, we found we could see our floor at end of day be about 150 as price continues to drive up. I mean, if we stay on this trend, I think at some point this trend will break, but uptrends like downtrends continue till they break the other direction, and they can continue for quite some time. Borrow rate went down, shares returned. That's not abnormal. I mean, are these downward sloping toilets they put in public workplace restrooms that make sitting longer than a few minutes painful? Are there wedge pillows to correct that? I guess as Jimmy has already completed a share buyback, RC would have been accused of insider trading if he bought prior to that. Watch them announce that tonight, later this week. I mean, they don't have to announce that. If the company completed their share buyback, they don't have to announce that till next quarter. So obligations remain if XRC stays on reg show. Yeah. Fidelity's at 4.5. Okay, so it's down 0.25 from this morning. Borrow rate went down because shares were returned. Given the action volume and other data from the last 2 days, what are your thoughts on tomorrow's action? IJH has their dividend tomorrow, so that's interesting. Do they borrow shares to satisfy FTDs and buy back at a lower price to return the shares they borrowed? Could we see slow and steady price improvement over the next few weeks, months, return to the 200s? We've never had slow and steady price improvement over weeks, so unlikely. I mean, it's possible, but that would be a fundamental shift in the way that GameStop trades. Are ETF rebalance dates more set in stone? Just different ETFs rebalancing, dude. Which date holds more sway for guaranteed options plays? There's no guarantees. For all we know, they could clear out the ETF obligations on this run, right? And then not create more, which would fundamentally shift the way the GameStop trades. But until we see the creation going on and the shorting going on, building that, it's not like it's just there, and we can watch them add that liability to those ETFs over time. Like that's what we've been tracking, right? Is that those compounding FTDs and the the fund flow in those ETFs as we move into these quarterly cycles, and so we can see how much liability they're building up. If they're not building up liability, though, then there's no guarantee of any price action. The last earnings didn't change any fundamentals. The release of the NFT marketplace will change fundamentals, but there was no forward guidance in the last earnings. There's some speculation, and that was it. So it doesn't change the fundamental valuation of GameStop in any way. What kind of BBY leaps do you have? I have 20, 40, 60, and I'll probably buy some 80s at some point. I made a quick $800 on a few weeklies. Am I a degenerate? Yeah. Does the ETF you mentioned have lots of GME exposure? The one that has its IJH tomorrow, it's the heaviest weighted GME ETF. It contains the most BlackRock shares. NFT Marketplace got announced today through Loopring. I sent you a link this morning. Yeah, but that's not launched, and it's not an announcement from GameStop. institutions, big institutions will wait till GameStop says something. They might buy in a little bit and secure a cheaper price point, which they likely did after earnings. And it's one of the reasons we stabilized after earnings was because of that speculative announcement, right? Because that does prompt institutional buying to some degree, but not a large amount of it. When did GameStop confirm? Loopring tweeting is not like a fundamental change in a corporation. The reason Elon has so much sway is because it's the guy who runs the company tweeting about shit. I'm not saying that like FOMO and stuff can't be driven from that, but institutions aren't investing on that promise. Why do I feel like this is the moment we either run again or get rug pulled? I think the price point we stabilized at is pretty bullish. So I'm not super worried about a rug pull right now. I mean, there was like a little one here. Flow on in the money puts is super dead. Well, I mean, the 145's probably got blown up on that run. That's just trading cash secured puts. You're just trading options. It's not an infinite money glitch. We're gonna break 150 on the next test. End of day 168. The Dan's covered me in bull mayo, and I found out things about myself I never knew. Congratulations, Velvet. I'm glad that you're exploring yourself. Is there a way to like sit in this chair without advertising it? No, that's the point. Social media guy for GameStop may be saying they're going to announce today. Hmm. If you had a perm, it would block the logo. Buy a stitch popper and pull the thread out. Yeah, I think that's what I'm probably gonna do. Do you have more shares of Jimmy in long-term portfolio? Yeah. I have most of my shares of GME are not in fucking WeBull. Like, I like trading options on WeBull, but I don't like putting a lot of money in it. After earnings and DRS numbers, Superstock went from saying this is a 7-year play to lock up the float, so it's slow Tesla-like squeeze to MOASS tomorrow in 2 days. There is no slow Tesla squeeze for GameStop. It's not the same. Didn't I make a video about that already? I don't want to explain it again. Do you ever buy in the money call to hedge a sold CC? Or always BTC and roll? No, sometimes I hedge them. Usually more on like PMCCs. If I make more money on my looping crypto instead of GME, I just quit. For your personal trades, what do you generally look at in terms of indicators, price action, and whatnot? I look for momentum setups. I generally trade momentum. Or swing trade. Price divergence. What's the best method to donate to ensure you get the highest percent of our money? Ko-Fi. YouTube takes 60% of all donations. Or 40%? I think it's 60%. So like super chats or whatever. So how big, quick of a gap up are we talking about for GME? It depends on the amount of resistance. Right now I have a conditional order set down here below 138. It's 135. I might move it up in a little bit. But usually I kind of just float mine below VWAP and see what the price does on a run like this. Is Ko-Fi same like food stamps? No. Thank you for all the fish of knowledge. You're welcome, kind of huge. Is this the same OPEC cycle but pushed a month because of different ETFs used to short, aka next cycle date could be June 2021, 22? Possibly. If this is the end of the run, then I would say yeah, we've moved on to a different quarterly cycle. Isn't LRC at the point of sell on the news? I don't know. Not if there's more news incoming. Wyckoff phase C confirmed yet? Oh, you need the test first, Stefan. This is all spring. So the conditional is based on share price to sell the contracts at market price. No, it's it conditionally sets a limit sell. On Google's crumbs from this donation, shill. Enjoy Google's crumbs from this donation. Thanks, JC. I haven't sold any shares. If I see a rug pull, I'm just gonna sell in the money covered calls. I don't use fibs, but yeah, I understand the meaning of the rejection. Double bounce? We'll see. This isn't like super bullish, especially if it gets followed up with some volume. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. What'd you guys do? Just getting dragged down by the spy on no volume. Yeah, that's not ideal. We broke it. Don't ever leave again. There's a gap at 135. On the intraday, that could get filled. There's a gap on the upside. I don't see any downside gaps. Looks like we just slipped back to VWAP. Not a big deal. Everyone's going crazy over GMA. Because AMC's gone up $5 and GMA's gone up 80. Sus stuff. Jesus Christ. Risk reward is higher in AMC. Yeah, but the company's a pile of shit. I mean, like, what kind of evidence do you need? Ryan Cohen bought 100,000 shares, adding to his 9 million shares. And Adam Aaron has divested himself of basically his entire shareholding. AMC mining for popcorn. GameStop, do you do GameStop tweet reply confirming? Yeah, but this isn't like an official release. It's just shit on Twitter. We're exactly where we were yesterday. the most part, sort of, but not. Wait, when was this sent? Oh, it was like an hour ago. If you had just gotten stopped out, would you roll profits to May or further out? I'd wait to buy in. Are we retesting 150 today? Maybe. We're in a downtrend right now. Doesn't look super great. AMC and GME are fighting the same people. Yeah, I know. Imagine still holding AMC after a year after countless DDs saying it's trash. I love it when the AMC people get all pissy in chat. Are you just mad because your entire C-suite sold out while you bag held for them? Yeah, there's still AMC people. Children of the Corn. Good reversal. I still have 2 more shares than the CFO just in case. Costa's SI of 1.6 so they're running alongside the other baskets. Does it prove the reported SI as a joke and basket stocks are confirmed? I mean, even on 1 point, it's not that it doesn't actually have anything to do with the reported SI. It has to do with the amount it is shorted through ETFs, which is obviously significantly more than 1.6% of its float. But the problem with cost is it has no options chain to accelerate or extend those run-ups, and insiders are more than willing to sell shares out of their massive pool of shareholding at a higher price. If you do a School of Stock episode on how to hold calls way too long and buy them way too late, can I help show real life examples? That means that you're under committed to your entries and over committed to your exits. You're subject to sunk cost fallacies. ETF rebalancing carries out through tomorrow. Purple blood dot. Would you rather have 5,000 GME shares on Robinhood or 10,000 AMC shares in Fidelity? 5,000 GME shares in Robinhood. All day. Hello, my loyal bag holders. Shareholders. Tis I, your beloved King Silverback. I'm wearing a new platinum chain that was mined straight out of AMC's latest game-changing acquisition. I would not be able to retire without your dedication to the dying movie theater industry. This kind of volume, I think they're likely to get a ton of FTDs. Oh yeah, this is definitely going to drive a large amount of FTDs. Have you sold off any calls? No. But all my calls are in the money right now, so there's not a lot to sell off. I don't have any out of the money plays on this run, unfortunately. I should have, but I was like, no, I'm going to be super conservative, and I didn't buy any like 150s or 180s. Are we going to see hedging again in after hours? I mean, yeah, we're up $20. Yeah, AMC is not cheaper. It's the same price. It's a big pile of shit. I'm not going to argue it with anyone. If you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you. You shouldn't be trading stocks, probably. Imagine buying a stock because it's cheaper. Hey, that's just it's actually not that uncommon. People just think that way. It's a yeah, it's not as unusual as you'd expect. In your opinion, is it too late to chase out of the money calls? I'm not. That doesn't mean my opinion's correct on that, right? But I'm not chasing out of the money calls. You explain your thinking. If not thinking to sell 10% in the money calls, if price drops, your calls lose value, but you seem completely unconcerned with in the money printing less hard. Seems you only think to sell if in the money go at the money, out of the money. I mean, my 140s are $2 in the money. And I don't think that we've picked up a significantly bearish trend yet. So I have no interest in selling those. My 80s, 85s, 90s, 95s, 100s, 110s, 120s are so deep in the money that a $3 price shift at this point doesn't really concern me. So really it's just a matter of right now for me of seeing if like they're not losing any theta value, they're in the money, they're not like super affected. Like it's almost essentially the same as stock, right? They have high delta. They're very correlated to the underlying. So I might as well just see what'll happen at this point. It's like money left on the table that I'm willing to risk. And like if we move up into the 160, 170, 180 range, I mean, this short-term possible sacrifice of like, 3% could be realized as significantly more value. So I think the trend is strong enough that I'm willing to wait. I agree. Like selling theta and IV on AMC is very profitable. I have several in the money contracts due Friday. Hypothetically, are we expected to see further upward potential over the next 1 to 2 days? Gamma max at 190? Gamma max estimate is at 190. It's climbed up, but also a lot of options were sold off this morning. So on the intraday, I'm not sure what it's at. There is more potential for price improvement over the next couple of days, but I mean, if this trend starts to break down, I wouldn't feel so confident. I think we've seen the extent of what an OPEX run can produce at this point, but that doesn't mean that all the obligations are covered, right? Check puts. Yeah, they're starting to buy into 140 puts, which is a bit worrying. Just now. They're moving like the put wall down. I'd be very careful moving forward. Ryan, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Or re-upping. November through now, and as someone who wants to increase position as much as possible, would exercising a 95C and having a little capital left be better than holding 15,000 for the next cycle? Like, hold on, sorry. I missed the last part of that. Holding 15,000 for the next cycle's plays until the next cycle. Thoughts?
Yo.
Up to you. I don't know if we'll hit 95 again. We could though. It's not unreasonable to think that we could hit 95.
We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Are things looking like the price action to continue over the weekend, or would they be looking to crash hard before the week's over? I mean, the market makers, it depends. It'll all depend on if people hold their calls or sell out of their calls. As far as price stability goes. I took profits yesterday, lost it, and more chasing with out of the money weeklies right before we got IV crushed. I'm the idiot who lost money on calls during a run. Don't be me. I'm sorry to hear that, Nano. Dark pool percentage? Oh, I don't know. It was 54% earlier. Is it looking like we won't go back up to 150 by the end of the day? Not necessarily. We have that trend. So the trend is still like below our current trading price, right? So like our decent support. 1 hour, 30 minute. There we go. Our decent support is kind of down here at like the 137 range. So I could see us falling back to that before moving up again. So we got a little ways underneath us. If we fall below that, that's more concerning. That's why I have like my conditional orders set below. So it's an OPEX run and not can kicking. I mean, yes, but also, you know, OPEX runs are can kicking. They're just the clearing of the obligations from the kicking of the can. So they pile up all the obligations into the ETFs over the quarter, and then they clear them out and the price goes up, and then they can short it back down again. Do all of your GME options have a stop loss attached to protect during these unsure times? Yeah. Tesla's dead, right? Last time for today, I swear. It doesn't look good. Or did it fail the test? Yeah. I would say so. Well, it could bounce here in this range. I mean, you're at resistance right now. So, but yeah, potentially it could bounce. It kind of looks like it's turning around. I don't know how much it's going to run into the end of the day. I don't know if it's going to see another equivalent high, but it doesn't look like it's going to fail today. If it fell below that, though, I'd be kind of concerned. If it falls below 113 again. Had something to say, but I can't fit it in 50 characters. Just say it in chat. You don't have to pay me to ask me shit. Do all of your GME options have a stop loss? Maybe get a double bottom bounce here. No, not enough volume improvement on the reversal. This is just more consolidation, it looks like. We need to see a spike in volume to push up. Any sell walls? Big sell wall at 145, 10,000 shares. If they keep moving that sell wall, it means they're trying to crush the price. GME is a GDC with IMX, which supports new business case hypothesis for GME beyond just an NFT marketplace. Speculation derived from Immutable X, Robbie's official post on SS Stock. Thoughts? Until something official is announced officially by GameStop, it means nothing. It's a rumor. It's a cool rumor. I mean, what's the question? Do you buy the rumor? I think everyone's already done that. Institutions aren't going to buy that rumor. Do you move your stop losses upwards? I move them all over. But yeah, I usually follow the price action if it's moving up with my limits. So as the price moves up, I move my limit sells up. Think about getting out of my June 160s. Do you think hanging on to those would be worth it for potential May June moves, or sell? I wouldn't hang on to them for a potential move in June, right? They'll be worthless by then if that's what you're waiting for. Are they trying to make it look attractive? Probably at the same time that we get all the AMC shit talkers in here, right? Even though, like, why would anybody who's like AMC, like an AMC bull, ever watch my stream? The only reason for this price suppression is because the short position is still open. No, the cyclical price suppression that we see with these cycles is profitable. That's the reason for it. That's why Citadel fucking killed it last year. In your opinion, what would be the best use for all the cash Jamie is sitting on? Acquisition or building up their infrastructure for e-commerce? An acquisition at this point in the turnaround would just be looked at as irresponsible. So OPEX is this week. Does that mean that there are now no more hidden shorts? There's no more hidden shorts in ETFs. That's not necessarily the case for like futures or forwards. Not like forward contracts don't all expire. And if they have GameStop's like larger short position and like forward in a like single stock futures and like or a total return swap, you know, these can be dated 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. So these just have to be rebalanced quarterly, but they don't have to be closed out. Anna's making us support you again. Are we there yet? Need to go? Thank you, Bedhead. I'm moving my limits down with price. Am I doing it right? No, that's greed and fear. Today is a bit of consolidation and a bit of a battle between the bulls and the shorts. There's enough FOMO that like they can't just slam us back down, right? But they're trying to push. I thought you said institutions avoid volatility. Long institutions do. There's institutions for all kinds of things. There's institutions that only play volatility, like Citadel, where like their biggest strategy is shorting or being long volatility. Do you think RC will buy more shares? Maybe. I think he made the statement he intends to make. I think expecting more than that is kind of just hopium. 200 to 5K how? Through cash secure puts or CCs? Wait, what? DFE or DV? You planning to sell out of any leaps on this run? I don't have any GameStop leaps. I have calls for June, all of which I intend to sell. If we break 200, 160 to 200, I might exercise some of them, but for the most part, I'm going to sell them. If OPEX has been moved to late March, can we expect the next one in late June? Yeah, if we're on a new cycle, the next cycle date would be June. Is Tesla dead? Did it fall through that support? Yeah, it doesn't look good. How can you tell when price action is ETF rebalance, futures rebalance, OPEX, total return swaps rebalance, etc.? You can't, I mean, you can't remove one from the other because we don't have data from that, right? We just, I mean, the only benefit there is they're all kind of due at the same time. I would say largely this is ETF rebalancing. What are your expectations for tomorrow? I have no idea. I don't know what's going to happen today yet. We also get info from their ticker to see a rug pull coming since they're still in the basket. Are they? Hmm. Just because they track the basket doesn't mean they're part of it. Like AMC FTDs are still quite high, actually. There's a lot more active trading going on there. Are you selling synthetic CCs on those June calls? I've sold some. Oh, I'm gonna stop out. Oh, close. Our quarterly rebalances on forwards or TRS on the normal March, June, September, December schedule. I think they're on the February, March, August, November schedule, but we'll see. It depends when they opened them, largely. They can roll the contracts at any point before the roll date. Right. So if they're rolling or just rebalancing, they can roll them before the roll date. How are they generating all this volume? It's mostly just options. Are we forming a descending wedge? A little bit. We're forming a downtrend more than anything, I would say. And those can continue for quite some time. Maybe. If we get a lower low here. There's a little bit of room to drop. We're very close though. 136. Oh, I think we just slipped below it. Stop. No, still in. So this is the resistance that we're hitting right now. So if we're gonna see a reversal, this is where we would see it one way or the other. We're just following the market. Yeah, because we have we have like no volume. Our volume died way off throughout the day. We had this surge here, and then it's just been dying off ever since. Yep, I just got stopped out. Stopped out of about half. If they keep pushing down, I'm going to get stopped out of the rest. Gap at 135. I'm expecting a potential bounce around the area according to my smooth Otis TA. Well, if we fall below 134, I'm going to stop out of the other half of my options. So, and we bounce there, that would stink. Any puts coming in? Yes. Some. Not a lot yet, but they're pushing. I said that earlier. Let me see what it's looking like now. 145s are picking up. 140s are about the same, but I think they might be buying into like 139 and 38 as well. They're definitely trying to push it down. How do I exit my PMCC? I'm fine with getting called away, but I don't have the funds to buy 100 shares. Do I just hold it until Friday and then sell after all the theta is gone? You can just close the long call and then buy back the short call. We didn't ask because no one held their calls. I mean, institutions sold a shitload of calls at 150. Retail's call holding doesn't even compare. Push it down before more covering? Maybe, we'll see. We're below the long-term trend right now. It's technically a breakdown. Stop limit passed on GME and didn't fill. Any idea why? Did it gap down? And if we bounce here at 135, lucky you. Sometimes it gaps over your limit, so the price falls too fast and you don't fill. You need to spread that out wider. Especially on something volatile like GameStop, you need to have a lot of range between your stop and your limit. Basically, you think other market players, not retail, would change their GME evaluation based on such. Agree on needing official announcement. I mean, they might, like, maybe they'll pick up like a few more shares because there's like a little bit of speculation, but it's not going to be like a significant buy-in based on speculation alone. Oh shoot, looks like the stop limit was a little too recklessly low. Are you gonna sell some CCs or too dangerous? Probably. I'm just not yet. Synthetic forwards. Okay. I still don't know how to look up those trades on Chameleon. You're gonna have to show me how to do that. Because I can't find shit on there. Their UI is atrocious. Great data, but horrible UI. We could certainly run into the end of the day. Sure. I mean, I'm not out of all my calls yet, just half of them. Day's P&L is plus 30, open P&L is negative 30. Am I day trading correctly? 98 135p and 12 150p bot. Okay, that's not significant. SPY may have found support. Oh, looks like we're bouncing back above the trend. How much have you made this run? Enough. Go to price action, then trades. You can see notional blocks and see that there were matching trades each side. Same trade for buy sell. Okay. Go to price action, then trades. Is that in the options window? Like activity? I'll figure it out later. Kirk, you mentioned you wanted to become a hedge fund manager at one point. Inadvertently, you've become a manager of apes, new traders. I don't know about that. It's like herding cats. Gamma ramp setup 140 to 200. Sure. A little bit. Have you participated in every federal income tax bracket yet? Not yet, but I haven't filed my taxes yet. How far out do you sell CCs for? Also, with half your calls stopped out, what % reduction in profit are you versus the 150 local peak? I mean, less affected by IV because they're in the money, but shit, I don't know. I have to go back and look at what they hit. It's a chunk. IV's still up high though. How far do you sell your CCs for? How far out do you sell your CCs for? On GameStop, I don't really sell CCs, but I'd imagine that I would do it fairly short term, not too far out. Not with this much uncertainty on the horizon as far as price action over the next couple days. Not to draw too much from our habitual financial sadomasochistic tendencies, Diamond Fist a winning hand. But what's the run dates for BBBY? Congrats on Fat 10 Days. Thanks, Garrison. Run dates on BBBY, we'll have to see. We may, if it doesn't go on Rig Show, we may have to wait for the FTD report, which we won't get until the 30th. So if they can see our stop losses, could I just keep a running stop loss 5% well below current price just to mess with them? Sure, I guess. With the threat of after hours rug pull, how comfortable would you be carrying calls overnight? That would depend on where we closed. Like I was very comfortable carrying them last night. If we close up from this like intraday channel that they're trying to lock us in, I'd feel more comfortable carrying them into tomorrow. I don't think there's that much manipulation that's going to occur in after hours. I mean, not that's going to really affect me, right? Yeah, I definitely want to close higher than this average range though. Like if we pick back up this uptrend and continue, that'd be a positive. But if we start to stagnate, I don't know. How do we convince SS that RC wants us buying options? Who gives a shit? Can you indulge in any out of the money AMC weekly puts with me? The problem I have with the rug pull on AMC is that like there's not much range, right? There's only $20 of range to the downside. And like percent change it doesn't really matter when you're playing options. You want that dollar value drop. What's the significance of April OPEX coming up? Nothing. I think what the other guy was asking, how much you made this run. Can you put it in terms of New York rent? How many years of rent? I'm sure somebody will figure it out. How big of a spread do you need to set? Usually I'll have a stop at like 3 to 5%, or like the limit at 3 to 5% from the stop. BCG suing GameStop for 30 million in unpaid fees. Who the fuck is BCG? I'm not glum. I'm excited. Also, we bounced, so that's dope. Citadel's ability to internalize orders seems infinite. They've been internalizing so much since Jan 2022, it's unbelievable. And its higher potential runs seem to have been eaten by internalization. Mostly shunted off into ETFs, right? Big thanks to Smox, waking me up after my puppy and I fell asleep earlier, sold half my 510s, made back all my losses. Fuck yeah, man. Eyeing up some cute BBBY leaps until Jimmy wants to play again in June. That's fucking awesome, dude. I'm so glad for you. 5 years of rent? When would you start buying puts if this run doesn't sustain itself in the coming days, weeks? I'm probably not gonna buy puts, but maybe just like sell some covered calls. Want to say also thanks to the free education, also knowing what you know now about the general market knowledge of GME holders. Are you optimistic that many will trade successfully through any kind of squeeze or just tons of bag holders? I think this is a huge win for retail. If retail, like if this is it, if this is the whole run, I think this is a massive win, our biggest maybe ever, since January of last year. So I think it's a positive moving forward. Hello, says I again, your beloved King Silverback. GameStop is currently what? The fuck is this? Just I don't want to read all this shit for $3. CEO Adam Aaron. I'm only up 11%. We're incredible. AMC is up 15%. I have an exciting new announcement as well. AMC Popcorn now uses my slug sweat as flavoring instead of salt and butter. It makes sense that you'd have an aversion to salt. Thanks, man. Boston Consulting Group. Okay. I'm sure there's more to that. Also, who gives a shit? It's $30 million. It's nothing. RC did DRS. He's only a beneficiary of RC Ventures. RC Ventures owns the stock. I mean, it's not DRS though, right? It's not direct register. It's registered to his name, but it's not held in computer share. We've seen 43 million volumes so far yesterday and today. Do you think we will still see a large chunk of volume still coming? We've already exceeded 2021 volume. August 2021 volume. There could be. We've seen a lot of fucking volume, right? Can we do a Pi-Fi and Amarath co-stream? Who the fuck is that? I'm ready. I might be ready for when Jimmy want to play again in June. I'm gonna be ready with more paper options trading experience so I can finally trade options. Awesome, DV. Good job practicing instead of just fucking YOLOing your money in and losing it. Why is this such a big win? A lot of people are up a lot, right? And if the price goes back down, if it drifts back down to near the lows we were at a few days ago, people will be able to buy significantly more of the stock, right? It's a success. It's the first time maybe that retail's really won on a run like this. We got, you know, August was still shaky and we didn't know if it was coming or not. November, everyone got fucking rug pulled. You know, so this is the first time that we're seeing like people getting out with decent profits, cutting their losses or making up their losses. It's good. How about 200 pages into options as a strategic investment? Are you proud of me, Dad? It's down 90% on April 14 140s and 150s. Diamond handed those through this week based on your confidence in the hot tub stream and sold up 10 to 30% gain. Thanks for all you do. You got it, Apocalator. I'm about to post on SS and ask if there is a how-to post to move my shares out of computer share. Wish me luck. Enjoy your ban. I've been YOLOing and think I'm finally ready to paper trade. At least 3x DRS numbers would be my estimate. I would say so. I mean, the data from if you combine the CS data with the Bloomberg terminal data, it's around like 30 something million. So yeah, you wouldn't be too far off. Sitting pretty, but do hedge funds benefit at all from us selling the calls? Who's on the buy side? Just market makers. I have a right to buy well below current price. And does that become a shortable share? Having right to buy? I mean, the hedge funds don't benefit from us selling out of contracts. They benefit from the hedge getting dropped. So the market maker is hedging that option, right? And then when you sell it, then they can drop the hedge. So then, you know, the delta pressure that was driving price up starts to fall away. All of our runs have met their peak at the point where people sell their options. If people hold them, then it keeps going, but and mostly not really just people selling their options, but institutions selling out of their options, because those are far higher volume, right? What are you talking about? Most of us are average at 200. Actually, retail share ownership price average is around like 162 to 180, and probably even a little lower than that now with the last 3 months trading sub $100. If you didn't average down, you don't believe in the stock. It's pretty simple, right? You're just in it for the squeeze. I hear you, but I don't know why you think most of retail made money. Knowing them, they probably net lost. Oh, not based on what people have been telling me. Although, I will say that's biased, right? It restores confidence in the cycles. The cycles are still a thing. That's a huge win also. Isn't that successful? No, the fucking stock went up $80. I mean, unless you just bought dumb shit calls at like 200, even if you did, you still had an opportunity to pick up a ton of money. That's also presuming that this run is done, which it's not yet, right? It hasn't, we haven't failed. Like, we're still up fucking 11% today. This isn't like November's rug pull where we're instantly down 30%. Sadly, I went all in on shares, and due to financial restraints, couldn't play any options this round, but I'm super proud for everyone taking profits. Becoming a better student with proper guidance is chef's kiss. What does it mean if I've averaged up? Bullish. Increase in bar rate. They're using brokerage shares for lending locates, not ETF creation anymore. They'll use ETF creation soon enough. Once the ETFs are done rebalancing, they'll start using them for creation again. They're rebalancing this week, Green Bean. I don't know why you capitalize not ETF creation, but yeah, they're rebalancing the ETFs, so they can't really use them for creation right now. Pushing something that is unpopular but leads to us having more shares. No problem, go speed. That's really what matters in the end, right? No one should like lose money on this, right? We went from 80 to a test at 150, and it's not even necessarily over yet. We're breaking back into the uptrend right now. So it could continue to push up. Additionally, you know, you can sell covered calls at the peak, and capture profits that way. I mean, GameStop is a fucking money-making machine, and once more people realize that and capture those profits, they can increase their ownership stake. If it's a company they really believe in, this is how you build positions. You lower your cost basis, you get more. That's what being long is all about. Will Beeman put their pickle in my jar? What did you say though? What got censored? I made more in the last 48 hours than I lost in the 6 months of their bullshit can kicking. How fucking good does it feel to know that you're responsible for millions of dollars going to retail in the past couple days? Thanks for everything. I'd follow you through the gates of hell. It feels pretty fucking good. Thanks, Willie. Congratulations on your gains, man. That's awesome. As 10K gains slip away in November, I got railed in Feb. I turned my last 500 into 5K this week. Fuck yeah, dude. My price average is around 180. I do believe in the stock. I'm just poor with a lack of paying gig currently. I'm still comfy, but I can't afford to invest anything else in this market. And that's fine. If you can't afford to buy more, you can't. You have your position, you maintain it, right? And you wait. But that's, I mean, that's a lot of people. You're not alone there. But for those that can take advantage of that, or, you know, even for yourself in the future, if you do find steady employment and then you start to have capital that you can invest again, knowing and understanding these moments of opportunity is the most important thing, I think, in all of this. I mean, 30K from 3K so far. I think you deserve a toast. Thank you, Gherk. Cheers. Made enough on this run to last the 2 days that I'm back above my cost basis from starting to buy more for those cycles last September. I am more equipped to keep making more. Awesome, man. And it's not like, you know, during the lull, we're going to have any lack of other shit to do, right? There's cash secured puts to manage. There's covered calls to manage. If this is the end of this run, you know, there's other stocks. There's always somewhere to make money. More time to learn and get better at it, right? Think of how far everyone's come in a year from bag holding their fucking leaps through $300 runs to capturing profits and turning it into a larger chunk of their investment. Tell everyone here your exact strategy on cat calls and we will lock the float by next month. I mean, I feel like I couldn't have been any more specific on the cat run without just managing other people's money for them. I mean, I told everyone the whole thesis, all the price levels. We tracked them every day. There was very good money there. I think a lot of people did really well on it, but a lot of people weren't really in a position to enter it. So, and I understand that. I timed my entries and exits poorly, but I did it. I finally made a profit on GME options. Congratulations, Trash. If the obligations on XRT is being settled, why is the price of XRT dropping? They're probably actively shorting it. They're probably actively shorting it while they put the reset the NAV. Did you see the DFV spotting? I've heard about it. I haven't gotten to see it yet. Finally made money on a GME run. Thank you for the countless hours you've put in towards teaching us. I have to say I learned my lesson that last November. This time up, took the profits 10x my initial, and now have more to work with. Thank you, sir. Is this the channel that you were speaking of in price range? We're back in the channel. I mean, I guess here I can kind of show. Wait, that's not right. God, I hate this tool. What a useless piece of shit. The fuck is that? Hold on. Garbage. So the channel's kind of here, and we broke back above it again just now, but it's like in this range, right, where all our volume is traded today. You can just look at VWAP too, because VWAP's going to be a very good indicator of this. But we broke back up. This is bullish. Double bottom, broke up. If we can clear 142 again, we're in a really good spot. Are my 115 covered calls safe? How far out are they, Atomic? Thanks for everything you do, Gherk. My entire spread has been knighted the greens since 110. You're a legend. Awesome, man. I mean, someone's always going to lose money, but if people were paying attention and they've listened and been in here over the last year. I don't think they will, or not significantly. And of course, people are gonna fuck up and make technical errors, but I think for the most part, people are walking away from this with more money. I turned 1.8k into 20k this week. Took profits for the first time and riding the rest of my weeklies to Valhalla. You're an invaluable asset to the GME community. Fuck the haters. Keep doing you. Thanks, Skirk. Thanks, someone. I appreciate that, man. You know, Super Sonic will say that we dropped because Wall Street bets YOLO'd into options, give Kenny their money. Yeah, but, you know, whatever. Just front running Moonwen is selling 180cc safe for end of week. It's a little out of the money, right? You can't say you're usually right when you're not. December, Jan, and Feb didn't happen. December and January were already speculative, though, and required massive call buying to occur. But yeah, they kicked the can a quarter. And then a month. I wasn't right. I wasn't wrong about the obligations they had to. It's just a matter of, like, I can't change what they do on their end. I can only tell when it's due and when they should cover by. And also something has fundamentally changed as well in the positioning of this, but we'll figure more about that out in a bit. Look at XRT on Ortex. SI is down today on, so they're covering, is what you're saying? It's not that they're covering, right? It's that they're refilling. So floats on ETFs are like dynamic, right? So as they cover their NAV, the float size increases, which reduces SI. Because SI is percent of the free float, right? So as the float goes up, it reduces the SI as percent of the float. Took all my profits and bought Dogecoin. Congratulations. In the past month, took my account from 182 to 1062, flipping GME options. I desperately want to FOMO back into this reversal, but thinking 2 BBBY 30C for August instead. That doesn't seem bad. Gurk, when would you buy a 325 125C back? I'd probably just roll it out. I don't know if I'd buy to close at a loss. Thanks, CVG. They need to shake off most of the calls before letting the stock run further. Ideally, yeah, they want to shake off as many as they can. I may not have made a ton this go around, but due to my options mishap, but I did get some serious confidence and ready for the next battle. Let's fucking go. Awesome, man. Allegedly, the video was released on Rowan Kitty's brother's Instagram. Huh. But I think the question there is, did Roy and Kitty know? Right? Did Keith know? Or did he get sandbagged? I have no idea. I rolled from Jan to Feb to March to April. I was down thousands, and today, Daddy finally wins. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much, Silent Killer. I appreciate it, man. No, but for real though, answer that dude's question about the 150 cc's. Not for me, of course. Hypothetically expiring Friday. I mean, 150s are risky right now. I don't know. I'd have to see what Gamma Max is at the end of today. Still too much potential volatility. Like, I'm not selling any covered calls yet. And I'm not worried about missing the upside, because when I think this is over, we're gonna fall far enough that like I can sell covered calls in the money and you know, capture back that intrinsic value that I lost by not, you know, selling the peak. Also, if Cohen is preparing to announce something, I wouldn't want to be selling covered calls right now. It's risky. Thanks for your streams, Gurk. Your rational analysis, calm attitude are the reason I ended up avoiding selling the dip below 80, and I'm now able to reduce my position to not include borrowed money. Awesome, man. I've been here for the last year, and I don't understand what Orion Cohen is. I have 2 weekly CCs sold that I have written off. I will try and fix it next week. I still have ample shares, so not crying too bad. The only people that lose money are fake messages YouTubers strategically placed to encourage others. Okay. Took what I could today. I'm so thankful. So excited to play with the cash and knowledge I have now and actually grow it instead of being worried sick every time the floor falls out. I've been on here a couple months now. Between listening and starting to read the books you recommend, I'm officially green for the first time ever. Much love. Y'all talking like this is over. I mean, they really are, right? Like, it's not done. You know, we bounce back into the trend, right? But people took profits and they're happy with the profits they took, and that's important. And that breeds confidence in their investment strategy. Nah, bro, I definitely have lost money overall. This will help me get back the gains, though. Awesome, Mr. Poopy Pants. My AMC puts are bleeding. Get fucked. I don't. Why did you buy AMC puts right now? Thank you for everything, Pickle G. Could this also be a fund being liquidated? One that wasn't able to meet a margin requirement a few weeks ago? Maybe. And I think we'd see more up if that's the case. How do you usually tell if Jimmy has hit its peak? Do you wait for a few days to observe the price action following a suspected peak? I've been selling cover calls during the downside, but I want to learn to time it better. Thanks. Generally once the upward trend breaks, we can chop around for a little while, but in November, I mean, remember how violent that rug pull was, right? So be wary of that. I mean, the best you can do is, you know, trade and average out of your position as the price goes up, so that you're taking profits on the way and not netting losses on the way down. I have an off-topic question about a dividend stock. Trying to get a non-biased opinion about a weird as fuck security. Yeah, sure. You can ask me about it. What books do you recommend? Actually, if you want the book list, it's over on the Pickle Financial Discord in the wiki. It's r/pickle financial, and it's in the wiki. It has like a bunch of resources and the book list. I'll add more books to that list over time, but I still think most people are kind of at just the initial level. Do you ever switch to regular candles? Yeah. I sometimes check gaps. I don't have a lot of confidence in gaps, especially not on GameStop, because of its illiquidity. It just leaves gaps all over the place. I just finally feel good about this play again. Was this the run where I retire? No. But it may be the run where I finally worked out how to capture money, which only breeds confidence in the next cycle and buying and selling that cycle. Good job, fam. Hugs. Thanks, Pickle Morty. Yeah, Girk has written a lot of amazing DD, but last weekend I visited my brother in Oakland and had a delicious deep dish pizza. So good, I almost sold my calls. I'm feeling a dark pool dump. Are you feeling it? We'll see. Fucking wonky price action. Can't wait for the hour of power. How do you sell covered calls on Fidelity? Sell to open? So the only reason that I would consider that we may be seeing an end of the run, even though I agree it doesn't look over, is that they are buying some in the money puts. Not a lot though, but some. This it could mean a shift in trend. More so, I'm concerned with the number of calls sold here. Like call volume definitely dipped here. The question is, does it come back, right? Like do people who took profits high pile back in? So if people took profits up here and they pile back in on the dip, or like here, right? That's a really good opportunity for the stock to continue pushing up. Everyone is feeling validated. That's why you're getting so many thank you messages. I know. Everyone's happy. It's a nice shift from the usual. Relish these moments. Because I hate AMC? That's fair. Thanks for the tip on CCs. I've also been selling CSPs on the way up. How do you manage your CSPs when there's a massive movement? I've been rolling my CSPs to higher strike prices while keeping stop losses on the existing at break even. Would you roll up your CSPs? I just usually sell more. Like if I'm selling CSPs, I kind of don't like, and the price goes up. That's a win, right? I'm just collecting the premium off those. I don't really trade them actively, but I also don't sell them out very far. When I sell CSPs, I usually sell large numbers of them short term, like 1 week. I just roll my in the money calls to a higher, slightly out of the money call to capture profits. Easy peasy. I capture profits and still keep skin in the game. When the GME's uptrend is done, you have 30 seconds to observe and make your decision. It's not there's not a lot of time usually. Sold today at 145 for 400% gain on weeklies. You'll load back in on weeklies when we hit 137. You taught me so much. That's awesome, dude. LRC and IMX petty dramas giving more fuel to news articles. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Ran out of much of the capital after February, but my decisions over the past few days have been light years ahead of my showing in November. Found my footing. You did that, my man. Thanks. Thanks, dude. Bought 510 at open, didn't sell through $50 profit, lulled, and went to test 150, made 13 bucks. Am I doing this right? Are you on Top Chat? No, live. Is my 140cc that I sold for $24 safe? I mean, right now it is. Nick G, if you want to see my book recommendations, they're over on the subreddit, which is in the description. Do I have the correct subreddit in the description of this video? Yeah, I do. Okay. I don't know what the hell is going on with YouTube. It still won't load that. Sounds like we're at your funeral. Yeah, I know, right? I took profit at 150, re-entered at 142. Nice. No problem, turd. Now, all you have to do is inverse that now. In my rundown cold house, Jimmy, what? That disappeared. That went. What platform is this? WeBull. How many days does it take one ETF to rebalance? Is it done in one day per ETF? They have T+3 from their rebalance date, which was on the 18th. So they have till tomorrow to finish out the rebalancing. This price action is weird. It's very stagnant. It looks a little more normal if you look at it out here, and actually bullish. You know, just kind of like flat though, between our high and our low. I would almost say that this is a bear flag, but really there's no significant uptrend. Like, yeah, most of it's fairly flat consolidation, which is definitely better than upward consolidation. A little more bullish than upward consolidation. Should I sell my AMC shares and buy puts? I don't give a shit what you do with your AMC shares. Now it seems like an absolutely phenomenal entry for BBBY. I kind of agree. I don't hate the current entry price. I'm targeting August and January for BBBY options. Pragmatic guy. There's nothing faux about my New York residency, Segan. How dare you? Have they rebalanced already? I don't know. Yeah, great. Everyone took profits and can afford a couple more packets of ramen on Friday. Now can we fucking moon already? Papa needs a new Lambo. That much closer, man. That much closer. Girk was a good man. He even held my wife's purse while she left me in the mall for her new boyfriend. trying to starve out weeklies? Probably. Is there a reason that these cycles aren't discussed as in options as a strategic investment? They might be discussed under seasonality. Oh boy, diddles. Thank you for all the then price action movement we see when the price of Jimmy is or and the movement was when such a high demand. What? How has it been this long and my name still hasn't updated to Hot Body Trash Dan? I don't know. Maybe YouTube disagrees. What do you think of the odds that DFV or RC tuned into your stream for at least 1 second? Greater than 0, but probably close to that number. Apathouse? Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke, motherfucker. Trades it is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Only got partially stopped out, Cody. Are they up for next week? If we maintain this price through Friday close. Ooh. That depends on the amount of exercising that gets done, though. Daddy's little nut meat. Any chance BBY sees some movement for the rest of the week? It jumped after hours last night, but seems to be on a downward trend today. It's still got a lot of shares available to borrow. It's a little more liquid than GameStop, so you know, it's got you compare what's GameStop's fucking like 50-cent bid ask. You look at BBBY, it's like 2 cents. You know, so a little different liquidity over here. Also, far more shares to borrow, lower borrow rate, far more shares in ETFs. So it's not exactly the same situation, but there's correlation between the two of them, between the ETFs. Patrick Carlin, am I a spoiled little bitch if I say I expected we ripped harder with all of the hype from RC and NFT demo marketplace? Maybe, but maybe the rip's not over yet. Possibly. Something to think about. How much internalization is happening right now? I mean, dark pool volume was pretty high today, so without a doubt, some. Okay, first off, how dare you? Finally, I've been taunting you with non-New York residency jokes for months, since before you moved, and you finally acknowledged it. In seriousness, thanks for being such a badass human being. Thanks, Egan. What a ride it's been. It's not goodbye at all, just a little emotional relief after all these tense months. Thanks so much, Girk. Looking forward to an exciting future with your mentorship and Chewbacca laughs. Thank you so much, Pragmatic Guy. I appreciate that, man. And thank you, Segan. I've noticed you taunting me, but I just ignored it. I'm trying to understand with all the FOMO from today. You thought it was stuffed into ETFs. How do they do that when it's rebalancing? Wait, what? How do they do what when it's rebalancing? I mean, creation still works during rebalance, but the problem is they have to satisfy it right away if the ETF isn't done rebalancing. Once the ETF's done rebalancing, then they can just use it like they normally do. But I think we've seen them using a large amount of share lending, right? They're using actual borrowed shares, and we've seen that over the last several days as the borrow rate's been driven up more and more. So they've been avoiding the ETFs. As soon as they can go back to them, they will, because that is the better route to short GameStop. Post-most meditation, put their pickle in my jar. Thank you for everything, Gherkin team. Grateful as fuck for you. Where's your dream meditation location? It can't be inside or in New York. Fuck. What about under New York? Like if I go in the basement of somewhere? No, it doesn't work. Oh no. I don't have an answer for you. LA? Can you ask your boss at Goldman Sachs if he'll let us MOASS a little bit more? We'll see how they feel about it. When do you expect FTD exposure? Shit. Okay, I lost that question. I'm sorry. ETF same as Jimmy Calzone. Can you speculate on what retail having serious capital for the next cycle and what that means for MOASS? Well, it means a few things, right? It means retail will apply likely more pressure to the next cycle. It means that they will own more shares in the next cycle. All of these things lead to more pressure and more potential for a squeeze. But who knows? And this one's not over yet, as it's making clear as best it can. Do we know when exactly ETF rebalancing is going to be done? It has to be completed by market close tomorrow. Would you agree that buying GME calls that extend slightly past the end of Q2 is a good idea because you can capture OPEX and or an ETF rebalance and NFT platform launch FOMO? Sure, but you know, you're also paying for a lot of fucking theta you're probably not going to use in the near term. Bar rate up to 8.7. Maybe London. I like London a lot. Good entry on AMD. I mean, you missed it by a couple weeks. Below 110 is solid. They squashed FOMO pretty convincingly. Did they? It doesn't look squashed to me. We're still trading at fucking 140. Like you know, I'm happy where some of my profits were taken, very. But I don't think this is over. Maybe you're misunderstanding my complacency for lack of bullishness. I'm still pretty bullish. probably IBKR. Is it IBKR that's at 8.7? To more than $200 million call flow for today. That's insane. Is this movement bullish or bearish? It's a reversal in the trend. We trended down. Here. And this is a break to the upside. As we break back into this initial trend. So if we hold this on this next bounce, that's very bullish. If we, like this long-term trend line out here, let me show you on the 5 or 15 minute, 30 minute. So if we continue to hold this, our volume's still trading above the trend line, right? If we continue to hold this and move up, it's very bullish. Also moving towards power hour, we could probably expect volume to increase a little bit. $20 million volume and no upward movement, all high frequency trading. But no, probably some high frequency trading given the amount of volume we've traded today, but most of this is options churn. There's a big struggle between bullish call buying and bearish puts. And, you know, this is just creating tension. And, you know, we've hit this low again, and it looks like bulls are starting to win. So we'll see if we start to drive back up above 142 again. We caught some resistance here a little higher than the trend. That's good. How's this price action over the last few days fit into the Wyckoff accumulation breakout? I mean, this is a spring, right? But this is not a test. So we have our spring, wherever this ends up, we don't know. And then likely that will revert into a lower test before continuing up. So at some point, and it could even be here. I mean, this is this like 132 level is technically sufficient for a test. It's a good support. It's a long-term support. So I wouldn't be surprised if our like the area where we find some support is going to be in this zone. But if this is accumulation, then this is just the beginning of a much larger move. Although it's hard to say if GameStop truly follows Wyckoff patterns, because even though there is some sentiment, a lot of GameStop's price action is due to manipulation through, you know, ETFs. So the pattern is followed because Wyckoff kind of tracks how smart money plays their money, but it happens in very short intervals with large, very rapid distribution phases. So if you go back historically and look at GameStop, you know, you see these patterns of like accumulation and distribution, but the distribution's very rapid, right? You know, and we get our spring test run and then we immediately move back into, like, within a few days, we move back into a multi-month accumulation phase before, you know, breaking out. And a lot of this has to do with it at these prices. From an institutional standpoint, GameStop is overvalued, right? Institutions consider GameStop overvalued above 150 without a doubt, probably overvalued above like 90, frankly. And so we see these patterns play out because of the manipulation that occurs quarterly, and that prevents the price mostly up until November from falling below. There were some fundamental shifts that occurred here. They shorted harder than they ever had during this period. They shorted harder than they ever had. They moved obligations. They shorted below the delta exposure here in December. They shorted below delta exposure here in January. They relieved some pressure into February, but not much. And then they shorted again, right? Consistently compounding on all three of these. Their short position that they now have to clear out, right, because the ETFs are rebalancing. And so, I mean, potentially even a move back to 250 wouldn't be out of the cards, based on the amount they've shorted. Like, I don't think we'll climb as high as the previous runs, but we'll see. I mean, if GameStop releases their marketplace, who the fuck knows? The total return swaps from last year on GameStop that they used to hide the short position could in fact have been due on the 18th, right? That futures expiration date is very important because it's 1 year out from that run up in February and the end of that January squeeze where the short interest just disappeared, right? And it didn't disappear because they covered it. Can you repeat all of what you just said? It helped the price. How's this? I'll just clip it. I'll just clip that whole thing. Three tests of 150. We've had one test. Usually takes about 3. Gotta shake the paper hands, right? That's why a cup and handle occurs. Cup and handle tests a high resistance, right? You test, people paper hand, sell, collect profits. Then you test again, people sell, collect profits. But fewer this time, right? Because more bulls came in here. And then so the next dip is even lower because fewer people sold. And then a third test. But at this point, the bulls far outweigh the bears and it pushes through. Can you explain what happens when we die? You remember before you were born? That. You don't know me, but I've been here since the beginning. Thanks for all the info. Got it, man. Thanks for following along. It's scary, like being inside a popcorn kernel. Hey Dad, I bought some puts to hedge. Can you explain why they're gaining value when the price goes up? IV on them is increasing. What about the kids that recall other lives but later forget them? I'm not into hokey shit, but that one I'll entertain. Sounds like some hokey shit, Ghost Speed. I don't know. Maybe they're just making it up. What is the next options play? I don't know. Like after this run for GameStop? Tricky, because it's gonna start to depend on what happens with BBBY after this week. And that's a whole nother bag of tricks. Is it true that pigeon whales who have sinned are reborn as pores? Sure. Okay. Yeah. That's where you're going with this. Not bad. Hey man, if your average cost price is around 154 and you don't have access to options out of country, what would you do? Buy more at less? Don't have access to options. What country are you in? You can use IBKR usually. Best way to check IV. What fidelity is showing me doesn't make sense and seems too high. Just look at the chain. Weeklies will be higher. Look out further. Look out 30 days. You still got a plan to buy leaps in Jimmy? If not, what expiry horizon would you look at if and when the price drops to buy back in? Well, I would wait for the price to drop. Willie Delight. That would be step one. Step two. Good question. I don't know. What is step two? Maybe I wait to see what happens with BBBY, and then if BBBY looks like it's going to start undergoing an FTD squeeze, I would probably consider entering some GameStop leaps around that time, but I'm not sure if that's the best play at that point. Like, it depends where the FTD squeeze would occur in the BBBY ETF cycle. If it occurs towards the end when there's a lot of pressure on the ETFs, then I think it would have more of an effect on GameStop than if it occurs near the middle or the beginning, where the effect would be like the link there would be a little less tight. I don't know. I mean, we're going to discuss that on here over the next several weeks, right? So let's just worry about this for now. I'm sure as shit not buying any leaps on GameStop when we're trading at 150 on massively spiked IV. I'll tell you that much. Procast pigeon whale. The only thing I remember before I was born was seeing my dad's Vienna sausage when he was taking one of his grunting naps with my mom. Oh boy. If you had a good amount of shares, would you hold them all overnight? Yeah. I mean, I have that. I mean, I have no intention of selling my GameStop shares until the company turnarounds like beyond complete or there's a short squeeze. Outside of that, the closest thing you can get is covered calls. On the 1 minute, does it look like a cup and handle started on the left side at 9:05? Is moving up to form the right side now. Test the drop at 150 to form the handle. Yeah, sure. Okay, I know what you're getting at. It's just it's just like a double top, right? And then a breakout. It's not really a cup and handle on the intraday, which is I know what you want to get me to say, but it's not an intraday cup and handle. You son of a bitch. Have you ever played games with options calculators to see what would happen if everyone rolled their gains from GME, this GME run into BBBY, and then rolled that back into GME? Interesting. I mean, this is why you can't manipulate markets through social media, though, right? Because yes, retail could do that and create two short squeezes that keep continuing, right? But retail is not coordinated or good enough at trading to pull that off. What percentage of funds do you think is smart to keep on the side for rolling? Usually about 30% of your entry. So whatever your entry is, like 30 to 40% of that to keep on the side to roll, depending on how far out you're entering. If you're the riskier the option, the more money you want to keep on the side. Yeah, and then if you're timed your options perfectly and you don't need to roll, you can use that money to like buy into the run and increase your position as the price is going up. Looks like a few zillionaires might be ascending to pigeonhole them after this run. Do you expect a movement of BBY based on the available float, or do you think the company as a whole can survive the shorting given their prices are generally higher? Thanks. I expect movement on BBBY due to the large buy-in and the already stacked FTDs that were occurring when he bought in. I think the company's not going anywhere. It's not going out of business. Their cash flow is great. They have tons of assets. It's a solid company. They could be performing better, which I think is Cohen's issue. Is that they're really not performing, and their stock isn't performing up to the expectations that it should be. I mean, BBY should be trading at $50 to $60, no problem. They've packed on a lot of debt, but I'm sure that a run on the stock would alleviate that issue. Well, except for paper handing claw range, because then they're no longer a pigeon whale. India not allowed dabbling in US options. Oh, that's horseshit. Spent a little over 1/3 total maintaining and moving down strike from when we started this in late October. Trick is staying far out to beat theta and staying real close to in the money. The problem is the slide in like the delta value lost. It's not really at the money. I mean, it's still timing. Still like options bought at the bottom of the dip are the best options. But I mean, like we got shorted in 3 phases this time. We got shorted down. We recovered in December. We got shorted down into January. We traded flat, recovered a little bit, and then got slammed down into March out here. And this just took value out of contracts. Like it takes the intrinsic value out of the contracts. So like ideally, buying here at 73 was the best price. Like this was the point to get the biggest profit out of options. And now our price is back almost to here. So That's what's tricky. And if you bought, you know, here, these are dead. So you would have had to have bought here at worst. And then far enough out, which is tough. And they dragged it out an extra month. Like, if it'd just been Feb, it would have been a lot better. Wasn't the best timing, but I stuck to them and still letting them burn. That was smart, yeah. I mean, if you can keep rolling it and maintaining the position and be as near the money as you can. But now we know that they can drag it out longer. We can look to longer windows for those options to ensure their profitability. You know, we'll be better able to determine the floors of our price action. Boston Consulting Group sues GameStop claiming $30 million in unpaid fees. But who knows from when? I mean, that doesn't necessarily have to be recent. I'd have to look at the case. It could just be horseshit and prompted by short hedge funds. Short hedge funds love to fund lawsuits. How would you be looking to enter long puts for the upcoming SmackDown? I'll probably just sell cover calls and not puts, but, you know, at our median of the run below, like, is probably where I'd buy my strikes. Or $10 below the peak. We don't usually sustain the upward price improvement for long. The risk here is we don't have a lot of trading history in these ranges. Like, if we go back out to our yearly, there's just not a lot of like support and resistance in these ranges, right? Not until we really climb back up into that like 160 above 162. And then we start to get back on track with our more like our historic supports in these price ranges. Right now, I would say that, you know, we could slip back to or towards 100, where this, you know, price action kind of consolidated around this 100 to 120 range. Depending, if we break out above 162, it may be that we are able to sustain a higher floor. It would be a big change in the way GameStop is traded previously. And that, you know, it was always an attempt to reach that floor before the next obligations took off. And so, yeah, it's possible that we could hold. I don't know if we will, but it's possible. But I do think we need to push higher. I think we need to push much higher so that when we do fall back, we only fall back to that previous floor. And most people's cost basis is around there at 162. 162.50, 180. So the vast majority of retail's holdings are in that range. So it's not like a lot more people will be in the money. People are far more encouraged to hold. There's institutions that are at those prices. When rebalance comes around, it'd be better for us to be in those price ranges. It'll net less selling or possibly even some buying. No rug pull before close. Are you holding in the money calls overnight? Yeah. I mean, I'm only out of my 140s, 130s, and 125s. I still have my 80s, 85s, 90s, 95s, 100s, 110s. Oh, and some of my 120s. Most of them got stopped out, but I have some of my 120s. I have 4 left. Out of, I think I had 20. Help me make my buddy mad, please. There's no institutional interest in buying AMC. They just bought a shit mining company. Insiders are selling sometimes there's no accumulation, right? Sometimes companies just die, and AMC is quickly on its way to doing that. Once you start seeing the C-suite harvesting the shares for cash, it's on a slide into bankruptcy. Surely with this much volume, we should have seen price almost double. Is there any chance they could have internalized much of this volume? Oh yeah. Our dark pool volume for today is like 54%. There's definitely a lot of internalization going on. With $30 million lawsuit sees GameStop crashing in after hours as retail sells on fear of a life sentence without parole for Ryan Cohen. Calling it now. $30 million in fees. The company has like 1.1 billion in cash on hand. I'm sure if the fees were relevant, they would have just paid them. I'm sure there's a conflict there, or an issue, or it's just debt left over from the old management. Is tomorrow's price action likely to slip down? I mean, every day further we move into this, the greater the chance for the price dropping out from under us. Held at 150 for like 9 months. I'm expecting that power hour something on the dot. Oh, ow. Outside of roll periods or FTD dates or OPEX, do you agree with Dr. Gingerball's DD about options directing price action on GME? Yeah, I think GameStop's price is heavily influenced by options. Not only do options generate FTDs, they also, you know, most of our price action is influenced from delta hedging, right? Retail doesn't have a lot of money. And so especially retail options are basically our only influence on price. Without that leverage, we really wouldn't affect the price at all with our rate of buying. In a truly fair and not infinitely liquid market, our consistent buy pressure over time would have driven the price of the stock up, right? Unfortunately, we don't have one of those markets. Say the line, Gherk. What line? What am I supposed to say? Ask Kenny what's behind 145. 146. When AMC delisted? Who knows? They could circle the drain for a long time. When would we expect to see any price action from internalization done today? Whenever the fuck they feel like letting it go. When can we realize the results of the internalized volume? Yeah, just whenever. I mean, 54% is fairly low dark pool volume for GameStop. Something I've been thinking about the past couple of days is that they may try to keep Jamie's market cap above 10 billion to keep us from going back into the R2K, given the potential exposure there. So we might see price above 125 for the next couple of months. Thoughts? Reasonable. Yeah. Although I'm not sure if we slide back into R2K unless we drop below 7 billion, but yeah, that's not unreasonable, Dave. Also, thank you. I appreciate it, man. I've thought about them trying to shift our index a few times and trying to prevent our move into the S&P 500 as well. The loan they have, it's a COVID loan from the French government. I'm sure they're financially incentivized not to repay it yet. It's not from the loan. They're being sued for fees from some consulting group, supposedly. I'm sure it's a bullshit lawsuit in order to temper this run more than anything. The timing is very suspicious. People kind of see through that for the most part nowadays. It used to be a very effective tactic for short and distort. With the internet, though, people are able to better research those cases and see them for, you know, their actual merit. We're still in the middle of ETF rebalance. Are we not on the verge of a gamma ramp? I mean, we're already ramping to the upside. We've already hit the gamma ramp. Couldn't a model be created offering predictions of impending price action based on previous day's trading? Only if they don't just hedge immediately, which they usually do. So, you know, it depends. It would be no different than like just watching live options flow, right? What was the next rebalancing for ETFs? I already tracked NAVE GEX, so whatever hedging there is from the previous days, I post in the morning report. When is the next rebalancing for ETFs? Russell 2000 in June, or the Russell Index in June, I think. Jamie's market cap were to drop below 7 billion. Would that mean Jamie would run on 2 separate OPEC cycles? Possibly. Which I don't think would be good. It would diffuse the obligations. No, this test failing the lower resistance isn't a good thing necessarily. This really needed to push up into 150. BBY not even on reg show. It may not be for a few more days. It may take a while for the rest of the ETFs to pile up. Remember, it's not the same float as GameStop. It has different liquidity. It doesn't have the same kind of FOMO piling, and it may take a little longer. We'll be looking for it to, from today on, looking for it to move onto the reg show threshold list, but the odds of it landing on it yesterday were slim. What's the BBBY play? When would be a good time to enter for a possible squeeze, like what RC did with GME? I mean, probably when RC entered. Price is a little up now on BBBY, but not the worst, I guess. Basically compounding FTDs leading to an FTD squeeze and then possibly a Volgavana squeeze from his large and catalyzing buy-in. Same thing that happened to GameStop in January, essentially. You're holding all your calls below 120 through end of day tomorrow. I'm holding them probably through the end of the day today, as long as we maintain this trend, Dominic. So we're still holding this trend. We dipped below it a little bit, but only a little. And now we're bouncing above, slightly higher. So it looks bullish. The last push up kind of failed, but that doesn't mean it's going to continue to. Gex T+2 next week. Gonna be lit, right? It's gonna be interesting. We'll see. I mean, that depends on exercising, right? Tired Dan. So it'll depend on what happens at the end of this week. And with the ETFs kind of running down, maybe. Do you have any BBBY options? Yeah, a lot.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. With everyone with some cash on hand, a lot of people are going to be asking you about BBBY. I already have a position there. I had one before RC even bought in. I'm going to continue to build that position, but I'm waiting either for the FTD report or reg show inclusion, whichever one comes first. Because I've already committed a lot of capital there, and my cost basis is still slightly above the trading price. Like my overall position cost basis is like $24. And I'm bringing it down with covered calls, but it's slow. What effect do you think 13D and after hours like yesterday would have on price action? Bullish. Do I think that's going to happen again today? It seems unlikely. I mean, it could, but... Sorry, I know I'm missing a lot of shit in the chat, but what do you think about At the Money straddle on 0 DTEs Friday? Probably not terrible, right? We're definitely gonna do something, I think. What if they just don't short us? Like, that would suck. Do you buy more stock with the profits from your CCs, or just keep the cash for other plays? For BBBY, I've been buying more stock with the profits, because the stock is trading lower than my cost basis also, right? So I sell a cover call, I sell cash secure puts, and then I take the premiums and buy more stock at the lower price to bring my cost basis down. Are we rallying because Biden's visiting Brussels? I don't think so. Is that a reason to be rallying? Thank you for everything and answering my repetitive questions. No problem, Ryan Cohen. Thanks for the donation. Hoping for another 13D filing from RC today. Ooh, back down to VWAP. Rough. Still no volume down here, though. Yeah, like 8,000. 100,000 volume to the downside. I mean, he's not buying with GME's money, right? Why the sell-off? Oh, it's just failed the test. Head and shoulders. Okay, hand. Thanks. After BBY and buying more GME, what do you think Papa has kicking next? Express is an interesting target. Fossil. I think Macy's and JNW and Dillard's are not great choices. It's got video games and homewares, so what other clothing, I guess, is the next one. I had Fubo. I sold it when it ran up. Long time ago. How do you determine your CC positions entering end of day or tomorrow? Oh, for GameStop? I'll probably sell in the money. If I think the price is gonna come down. Dogecoin play may not have been smart, who knew? Hey Garrick, while we watch, I've sworn I've heard MTG mentioned a few times. If so, what format do you play? Oh, I used to play it a long time ago. Well, not that long ago, but off and on throughout my life. All of them, like whatever, like the Pro Tour format was, or the qualifier format. Did you buy any Gap when they announced the collab with Yeezy? No. Express Leaps are crazy cheap. Yeah. They're actually not that bad of a company. They're being run fairly well, which may not be an incentive for him to buy in. We're doing rebalance. Should we expect ETFs to rip same as GME? XR seems to be flat or even down a bit. Does it mean so far other ETFs are getting rebalanced and XRT should rip tomorrow? Possibly. I have no idea what they can do on that end to continue to suppress XRT's price. Is XRT really down that much though? It's just trading at like 77. It seems mostly flat over the last few days. It bounced up a little here. Kind of at resistance now. We'll see. They can, you know, probably suppress other parts of the ETF outside of the stocks they normally short in order to lower the cost basis on it. I think 138 is an especially strong level. Yeah, it's not bad. Look for 2069 end of week. I'll boof an MTG card. Didn't RC retweet himself as a Victoria's Secret model? Is that his next buy-in? Ooh, interesting. Maybe. LRC is 37-ish. Plus 37? Sense? If you had to guess, closing around these levels. Closing it around these levels. Yeah, I would say between 138 and 142 is where we're going to probably close out the day. Volume's actually still kind of high. It's just somewhere in here. Hopefully not to the downside, but there is support here, so I'm not saying it's impossible. Like, we can fail this test at VWAP and drop. I wouldn't say this breakout looks bullish unless we get some serious reversal on it. Or this bounce looks weak. Are you getting any indication they'll rug pull in after hours? Wondering whether to hold slightly unprofitable options positions overnight. No idea if they're going to rug pull in after hours. They could try. FYI, your Discord link in daily is incorrect. Different than the working one in the YouTube description. Oh, weird. I'll fix it. I should probably fix that now or I'll never remember. Son of a bitch. When was the last time I updated? Oh, fuck. Oh, I didn't update all day. Son of a bitch. I always forget to do that. Sorry, just updating Reddit real quick. Ugh. Quick, remove the ladders so they can't ladder attack us. Head and shoulders completing on the 15-minute chart. Sure, ascending. And we're kind of already at the baseline of that though, right? Well, if we measure it from here, the daily, this would kind of be the bottom. I guess we could go out to the wicks. Uh, really? That seems just kind of like a volatility spike. But yeah, I mean, if this is falling back to its like neckline, then it looks fine to me. Falling below this would be not great, but we have support here. Like, I'm not going to set a stop up this high. Doesn't seem worth it. One spy rug pull, who knows? NATO has approved the deployment of additional military to 4 countries. Could this explain the drop? Maybe. Variant swaps measured close to close. I believe so, because they close the positions after the market's closed. So, ooh. Interesting. I smashed us right through that. Rico Suave. Thank you, Gherk. Thanks, Riku. Variant swaps measured close to close. Do you have any expectations for tomorrow? No, not really. We'll see. I mean, I have a stop limit set down here, but it's like, are we going to fall through or not? I don't know. Oh, I didn't save the Reddit update. There we go. That's on 30% turnover and only 10% up. Doesn't make sense to me. Why? It's just churn from options. Are we going back up? I just lost $800. Maybe, maybe not. You didn't lose anything if you haven't sold, but also you may have lost $800. Would you say that Cohen knew that the run would happen? Possibly. We're still $45 over the start of the week. Tell people to chill. Probably should. Looks like we're gonna bounce. Little volume. Not a lot on this, though. We need more. We want to see more volume on this. Would you roll down? I'm not rolling anything. Sell. If it had fallen further, I would have sold the rest of my position. Fucking shorts. Yeah. Can't let everyone feel too good for too long. Oh, volume's picking up a little. This is good. This is an okay bounce. Some buying coming in. See if the buying follows through, though. Could we test 150 again tomorrow? Maybe. It depends. Obligations are going to lessen throughout the week. IJH does have its dividend tomorrow, though, so that could drive price action. What else? Tomorrow's still ETF rebalancing. So, yeah, we can see more price action tomorrow still. The week is not dead yet. I still feel good. Up 12% today. I mean, I'm fine. I'm happy with this. We're up massively day over day. I mean, it's just nothing to worry about. Not every day is just straight up though, right? Like you need some consolidation. People are gonna take profits. Shorts are gonna fight for control of the price. But I mean, ultimately we're up 12% today with a fucking 8.1 million notional hedge per dollar increase. $15, so there's a significant amount of hedging that needs to occur. Myrna dead? Are you playing Myrna right now, turd? Or are you playing shitty bio stocks? I lost my mortgage and my dog on the drop from 150 to 38. 138. That sucks. Why did you kill your dog when the price dropped? Yeah, Moderna hasn't looked good since yesterday. I don't know if it's gonna bounce here or not, but it doesn't look great. Maybe. Oh, well, I stopped out of docu. What's my Netflix shit doing? Same. Boom, boom. I think I missed the window on that one. No fucking with you? Oh, okay. Thoughts on the BBY chart or just looking long term? Feel like I should have taken my 10%. Oh, BBY I'm not really interested in a lot of price action occurring in the near term. Seems fine. Had a little bit of a run up, just in line with the ETFs and GameStop. This is very heavily weighted in the Russell 2000. So, even though GameStop might be running on a slightly different cycle, this is probably still running on the same cycle that GameStop used to. And that cycle is probably about to increase in volatility. Ooh, okay, the bounce is actually starting to look much better. We're climbing back towards VWAP. Although volume's dying off a little. So when will the next shorting cycle begin? Next week? Usually this week. But we'll see. Closing the week green better than closing the day green? Yeah. Do you just have leaps on BBBY? I have August. I guess, yeah, technically. I have August and January. I believe the August calls are leaps. Number one. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Can you explain the mechanics of a bullish put, i.e. far out of the money? What do you mean? I mean, you're saying that you're betting that the price won't drop below that. You're talking about like a cash. You can also sell an in the money put, and it can be bullish because you expect the price to go up. Highest volume in 362 days. Yeah. 362? No, we had higher volume days in June, in the June run up. Ryan. I think. Didn't we? Didn't we have like some like 40 million volume days or some crazy shit back then? I just received my human scale monitor swivel mount. I can't figure out how to mount it. There's usually bolts on the back, and you like mount the plate to the bolts on your monitor. And like if your monitor has a VESA mount, if your monitor doesn't have a VESA mount, you're shit out of luck. Sorry if you would answer this. Any idea how long GME cycle will be moving forward from this run? Based on volume and price action, I would say that if this is just an OPEX run, it's over. But based on our sustained price and continuing volume, I would say that there's a chance that there are some more obligations. But anything after this point, very risky and speculative if we were to continue upwards. Highest in June was 22 million. Oh, okay. That sounds about right then. What is with the trades coming in with for exchange? Haven't seen that before. Like NYSE trades and shit like that. It's pretty common. Sometimes it means like floor trades. You think we could hit 150 by Friday? Maybe. It's loose, right? Like we've burned a lot of the fuel. So especially with the volume traded over the last 2 days, like 38 million volume. I would say that the chances for us dropping are higher than the chances for us going up. But right now we're just stable. Went from bleeding, rolling out options, and selling to support my family to now having some breathing room and being able to make money with BBBY CSPs. You helped me so much. You're welcome, Kyle. Is it normal this is going up 2%, up 2%? Going 2% up, 2% down since open? Yeah. This is usually what happens after a big run is you get a lot of consolidation. What's max pay-in Friday? $95, I think, for 325 options. Are like 30-day max pay-ins at like 100, which is more significant. Hold on, let me look at the what's our 90-day max pay-in at 103. So lots of April interest, like April 14th max pay-in is at 120. But yeah, if we look at our max pay-in like 90 days out, it's 103 for options expiring in the next 90 days. It's at 105 now. Yeah, it probably went up today. It call input buying and probably shifted it throughout the intraday. Max pay-in for our for the 90 day is at 105. 90 day for me is still showing at 103, but I think this website only updates once a day. The options change pricing in a 30-day expected move between $83 and $162. Yeah, it's gonna change every day, especially with like 200 million in fucking calls today or something. Tilt your hat if you think this is consolidation on the 5-minute. Yeah. It looks like consolidation and the trend's remaining up on the longer term scale. So it looks good from a technical perspective, but you have to remember that GameStop isn't, its price action does not follow technical as well. So because of the manipulation. So while it looks bullish, it can fail, and everyone needs to be aware of that failure possibility because that's how everyone gets burned. Everything looks fucking great until it doesn't. Duck Mech, dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Appreciate the support, man. Do you expect after hours upwards price action? I think that'll depend on what happens between now and after hours. Do wash sales matter if it's an IRA account? I'm not sure. I don't really use IRAs very much, so I'm not too knowledgeable about the regulations. I'm not a CPA. It doesn't make sense for them to, but I'm sure they have some effect. At least in writing off your losses for the year. Lambos or ramen has always been the motto, right? Yeah. Except for me, it's more consistent compounding gains. Motto. It's two T's. Tip your hat if you want to end $200 end of day. Of course I fucking do. What do you think about our Pickle Financial post that showed 70% correlation between GME and XRT? I mean, what do you think of an index tracking a sector and then being correlated with it? I don't know. It's like, that's not really telling of anything. Are you ever selling your shares so you can buy more when it gets lower? No, I just sell covered calls and then buy more when it gets lower. I have no intention of like, I try to, like, even when I sell covered calls, I try to make sure I don't get assigned. I've never been assigned on a covered call on GameStop, although I've sold very few. I haven't sold a lot of them. Mostly I sell cash secured puts because it's a bullish bet and I don't like risking assignment. GameStop can, you know, at any time on any news, GameStop can just rip, right? And so that's the risk of selling CCs on it. You can't write off losses on IRA, so no wash sale rules. Downside is you can only add the IRA contribution limit per year. So if you're losing money, then you can add more. Visceral Records Live. No longer a paper hand. Welcome back to Pigeon Whale, sir. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I can't give you your own Pigeon Whale song because that would be wrong. But I will give you this Pigeon Whale song. Holding an in the money weekly? It depends on how in the money you are, David Jones. What gives access to Pickles picks? Billionaires? Although I would say that Pickles picks are a small benefit of Billionaires membership. Would you swing 0.5 out of the money weeklies? 50 cent out of the money weeklies? No. I don't like weekly contracts very much on GameStop. It's too easy to fucking lose your, and like have your intrinsic value drop out of the bottom and they're fucking worthless. Do you do Pickles picks every day? Usually Sunday. Sometimes I have intra week updates, but usually they come out on Sunday. Like, what was this week? This week was continuation of like Docu and Caterpillar. I think Baba was on this week for like 105s, 110s. What else? Does anybody else remember this week's? I don't remember. There are a lot of benefits to joining Billionaires. I've learned a lot, made friends, and increased my girth by 15%. You should get that certified. Bear CERN. Yeah, CERN puts. That's more speculative though. That requires a fail in their deal, but yeah. Or CERN straddle, which might be more interesting. Friends, that's gay. I mean, if you consider it a super happy and enjoyable thing, then yeah. 140.69 close. Bullish. Rate my BBBY 520.20C, please. Decent. When did you buy it? Did you just buy it? Did you just buy an in the money $20 call? That doesn't seem terrible. Would you hold 4 March 25 100Cs into tomorrow? March 4 25 100s into tomorrow. 100s. Probably. Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably I would. I mean, what's your delta on those? I don't have any weeklies. So you're 0.97. Yeah, you might as well. The only thing really bad that could happen there is like we drop $20 overnight, which I don't think I would be afraid of, given that we still have a positive hedge going into market close. I'm the head of the girth certification board. Please relay all applications to me. That's false. Don't listen to him. Ken Grifter, thanks so much for the upgrade, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gert.
Super low upside on CERN if deal price is 95 though. Yeah, it was mostly that the puts were super fucking cheap because of that incoming buyout. And I think the buyout might fail. So the downside is awesome. Why has Moonwind been so quiet lately? He's just mulling his sadness, probably. He's probably just like super fucking edgy and anxious because he sold goddamn covered calls again. Certificate in your DMs. Congratulations! You've achieved some. Wait, hold on. Did you paste something over that? That doesn't count. That's bullshit, Trash. That doesn't look like an official girth certificate at all. Looks like you just cut the names out of mine and moved them. Like arts and crafts. I'm currently building a BBY position. I normally just buy a bunch of shares, but I'm intrigued by leaps. Do you have a capital allocation ratio you follow for shares to leaps? Thanks. On BBBY, I'm a little higher than normal. Normally, if I'm building a long position, I start by building a share position with cash secured puts. But with BBY, I bought in. I already had leaps, and then I bought in. I think I have. I want to say it's like 65-35 right now. Capital split between leaps and stock. I'll probably I'm pretty bullish on it for the next like couple months, so I'll probably move that to like a 50-50 split. And then if nothing plays out after that, like if nothing plays out in the next few months on BBBY, I'll probably shed some of those nearer options and use what remains of that capital and put it into shares. So moving back towards like a 80-20 ratio. Synthetic birth certificate. Do you still trade Tesla from time to time? From time to time, I do, yeah. I usually, most of the stuff I'm doing on Tesla is selling puts and calls. Do you expect any more GME price improvement tomorrow? It's possible. Do I expect it? I mean, the potential's there. That's crazy talk. Rearranging images doesn't sound like something that I do. Yes, it does. Head and shoulders on the 5. I mean, yeah, but just like the same one that we've been on, right? Like this is the neckline for that. So you know, we just keep hitting it. We just keep creating new shoulders and like little heads and shoulders. And it's just part of the consolidation we're seeing here. Like if we turn off after hours, like it doesn't look nearly as bad. You know, it just looks kind of like we're slightly trending up. But we do have a lot of after hours price movement this week, so but it's yeah, it looks fine. It doesn't look like a rug pull yet, if that's the question. How do you balance the thought of them wanting us to sell when not wanting us to sell and taking a profit? Wait, what? I'm Greg's translator. When he says it's possible, it means no. It means that I am less sure of a price increase. I would say 60% down from here, 40% we might see some more upside. The fact that we're holding the line is impressive. It's fair to say after hours is real price action sometimes. Seems like Jimmy's tracking QQQ better than the SPY. That would make sense. Are you holding your June calls? I got stopped out of a bunch of them earlier, but yeah, I still have my like deep in the money ones, like my from 80 to 120, but like more than half of my 120s are gone. 75% of my 120s are gone, but my 120s, 130s, and 140s are no longer. Still a lot of my options in the money that need to be hedged, and that's why I'm not out of all my position, right? I've got my cost basis covered. I've got solid profits taken. I can let it ride at this point, whatever may come. That's a great position to be in an options trade. You know how you said no one should be losing money on this run? Well, I have some news for you. Wait, weren't you up like hours ago? What the fuck, dude? Greedy sons of bitches. It's not ripping. It's lower than it's been at other points today. We got rejected at 150, then we got rejected at 146. This is not a bullish trend in the last like 3 hours. It's just not, we didn't get rejected hard enough for it to be bearish. Would you be willing to share confirm if you're up on your GME options, both sold and holding, for your losses from rolling since November? Yeah, I am. I'm profitable on all of it. Losses from all 3 rolls and from what I've sold already, profitable, like when I got stopped out earlier. I'm profitable on my current contracts as well. What about the last 3 minutes? Looks pretty good. This is a volume backed bounce, so it's solid, but we still need to break 142. For sure, Spider Dan. Something rejected, it reminds me of high school. Did people just tell you rejected? Because that's mean. Any tips to getting buy orders filled for call options when it's volatile? I'm using IBKR, and when I put a limit sell above the displayed ask this morning, it wouldn't fill. Market orders. Okay, so when you're trying to fill an option at market open, you're just looking at the pricing from the previous day. So you have to wait for the options pricing to update. It takes about 5 minutes. And buying options at market open is generally not successful. You're hoping to fill faster than the changes the price, which is unlikely. Do you pay for improved WeBull chart data? Yeah, for the stream. So I pay for the data that has the OTC exchange, so we can see dark pool dumps coming in. We'll talk later. Just hit me up with a Discord if you still want this batch of bull mayo yogurt. I just bought a fridge from the Gains today, and now I can keep the bull mayo for longer. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. I'm glad that you can now prevent the spoilage of the bull mayo that you work so hard to milk. Besides that Tesla play you had to continuously roll on before it hit, is this the most you've rolled on a position? No. I had to roll maybe. Actually, it's got to be close. You know what? It might be. I have to look back. I might have rolled almost as long on a position on the VIX, like back in 2020. It might have been a little bit longer, about the same, because I bought into it in December, and then I had to roll forward all the way out through like April. So I think that one might have been longer. This is good. We're breaking up. This is bullish. I like this. Very nice. Very nice way to end the day. What was I looking for? Oh, somebody sent a Ko-Fi and I didn't read it. Listening to Wall Street Bet's pre-market chat this morning, someone said that now RC has declared more than 10% ownership. He needs to give some kind of advance notice before buying more. mean anything to you? No, he already owned more than 10% of GameStop. Whoever said that was a moron. Wall Street Bets full of retards, like actual ones. So take what the things they say with a grain of salt. Imagine. I'm super worried about you, Gurk. You haven't had a sip of water in so long. My toddler son randomly asked, Daddy, is Gurk gonna be okay? He's getting so dry. And I didn't know what to say. Please hydrate. We're so scared and worried. Please, Gurk. I just had a drink of water like 30 minutes ago. Just because you're not paying attention. 40% moved slightly up in the last couple of minutes. To play cover calls, one should have at least 200 shares, 100 to hold, and 100 to play CC options. No? But you just sell CCs on both, right? Fuck. And they're really fighting for those 140 calls. They do not want this shit in the money. There's a big pile of calls here. 30,000 options have been purchased today. Good. How do you feel today? Bullish? Same like yesterday or more? Less. I don't like consolidation. I like up, just like everyone else. Could you say very nice? It's moderately bullish consolidation, but it's not very bullish, right? It's just kind of flat and uninteresting. Most of our volume traded in like this price range all day. So there's definitely an interest in keeping these 140 calls out of the money. Or not, at least not letting them gain significant delta value, especially with the call options building to the upside. How much hedging can we expect on today's moves? $18 times 8.1 million. So 18 times $8.1 million notional hedging. 8.108 million. Although that'll update at the end of the day, so I'll have a. That was just from this morning. Are we 15% up? Are we up 15%? Fidelity is down to 4K shares available to borrow at 4.75%. Today is a full bull day. All right. How does someone just make shit like that up and just stand by it? Make shit like what up? Me? Who? Oh, the guy in Wall Street Bets? People are stupid. I wonder if George Sherman sold. He's fucking chairman of the board. Of course he has more than 10% ownership. He bought like, didn't he buy like 12.9% of the shares outstanding last year? This is like right around that range. After the share offerings, he's a little lower, but it's still way above insider ownership. Tonic waters with quinine, good for your health. Some tastes making drinks more desirable. As we age, our thirst signaling declines, must force hydration for health. All right, that's enough of that. When we run big, are you like trades on the inside? You're just like way smarter than he is, though. No, I've never been as excited as trades in my entire life. Even as a child, like a child at a toy store, I couldn't, I never would have been able to match his fucking enthusiasm. And I'm not sure why he's enthusiastic. That's the hard part, right? Because there's nothing compelling it. It's just, he's enthusiastic. Like he's talking about the worst possible scenarios the company is invested in. And he's just like, this is fucking great. And I don't, yeah, I can't. I moved from like angry to like complacent. Have I ever been happy? Yeah, it's rare. He's a showman. You know, they made their shows illegal because they're insulting to people. I mean, I am happy today. I made a shitload of money. It's cool. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to find things to do with it. Probably just use it to make more money. Existential crisis. The thing that makes me happiest is being right. I think more than money or options or people. Buy my mom a house. Not unless a house is gonna make me some fucking money. I'm not buying anybody a house at the top of the market. I bought a video card. I'm gonna put that in my computer today. I had to upgrade my power supply. I didn't realize that I had such a tiny power supply and I needed more power. So thanks, man. Use your money to buy an Atrix gaming desk, an Atrix gaming chair, and a new camera. Now. I bought a new camera. It's right here, but I haven't installed it yet. 3090? I got a 3080 Ti. They didn't have any 3090s in stock. I would have bought a 3090 if they did, but it's like the same thing, right? But with just less VRAM that I'm never going to use, so. Use the money to finalize and release the scanner to us pores in the chat. No, because then why would I do that? You don't give away things that make money. You sure as shit don't tell people about them. That's how you know when something's fake in the world of finance. If someone's telling you, like, oh, this thing will make you money, it's bullshit. That thing, the sale of that thing to you will make you money. People that are actually making you money charge a commission. 140.69. Could it be any other price? I'll fucking throw in an order for, nope, 141. Get fucked, nerds. Ding ding. Speaking of real estate, do you think we'll correct specifically in bubble states? Probably. It'll probably correct across the board to some extent. With Fed raising the interest rates, remember that there's, no, variable rate loans are going to increase in price. People are going to get hit with fucking bubble payments and shit. And there's going to be defaults. And, you know, once defaults start to happen on a wide enough scale, it can hurt the market. It takes a couple years for the real estate market to react to the effects from like the Fed and stuff, but it will react. It will go through some downside, if not a lot of it. Someone E, thanks for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. All right, guys. 141 closing out the day on 24.47 million volume, up 14.5%. Remember, that's going to be a notional hedge of $8.1 million per dollar price increase to the upside, $300 million in call options traded. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I really appreciate you hanging out, and congratulations to all of you that are just fucking killing it right now. Good job. And I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.